If I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I begin, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney. Y'all see the law license on the wall signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business and I was drinking my water. And somebody said that Dennis is back on the stand. Here you go. Let's see what he got to say. I'm gonna jump right in, and those who can join throughout the day, if y'all don't mind hitting the like video, and if you're new to the channel, go ahead and subscribe. All right, let's get into it. Let me jump right in, and let's see what he's talking about today. Would he be truthful, or would he start off with some lies? Let's go.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, retired Detective Dennis, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath.
Oh,
and Ms. Hilton, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's going on? Hey, y'all. Good morning.
Good morning, Investigator Dennis. How are you? Good morning. When you were here previously, you testified about your involvement in the investigation of the shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas. Do you recall testifying to that? Yes. All right. And again, during that period in 2015, did you work with your partner, retired Sergeant Gaither, to assist in solving some of those shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr.? Yes. As a member of the gang unit, when you first learned of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas Jr. passed away, did the gang unit or yourself immediately begin investigating those cases as retaliatory shootings? Yes. How did the gang unit recognize or realize that some of these shootings were in retaliation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Usually it was based on the victims, the shooting.
In the first days between January 11th and January 19th, were there homes that were shot at that were either family members or friends of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe the microphone may not be working. Not yours, Ms. Hilton.
The witness mic?
The witness
Oh,
mic.
You just
Thank you.
pull it closer to you.
No, it wasn't on.
Oh, Ms.
I
Hilton.
don't know. I had to hit the button.
Thank you.
I bet it wasn't
Can y'all
on.
hear it all right now?
We need to hear you.
Okay,
All right.
thanks.
Boy, going on with all that.
Where were those homes primarily situated?
Throughout the city. We had them popping up all throughout Atlanta.
Okay. Were there homes on Hendricks Avenue that were targeted in the days immediately following Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And the addresses that were associated with those homes was that 193 and 197 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes.
Good morning, y'all.
Also, was there a home of Mr. Copeland's sister, 878 Oakland Drive, that was targeted as well?
Yes.
How did the fact that homes that were of the family members of Kenneth Copeland factor at all in your investigation after the investigation of those shootings after Donovan Thomas's murder?
I'm going to object as irrelevant at this point unless more foundation is laid.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The fact that the homes of Kenneth Copeland family members were targeted, how did that factor into your investigation as you began investigating these retaliatory
Good
shootings?
morning.
We basically would be notified by the patrol officer of the shooting. Usually they happened at night, and usually once they would give the name or they would provide us information indicating that it was a family member of.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Danny Steele. Oh, you had me nervous.
Rephrase.
Sure. Without saying what any of the officers told you, just how did it factor into your investigation?
We basically gathered information as they came in, and pretty much every night we had a different shooting and we were tasked with investigating it.
Okay. Outside of Kenneth Copeland, did you learn of other homes of individuals that you all associated with YSL members, their family's home being shot or targeted?
Yes.
What was one of those addresses?
Ruby Harper.
Okay. And whose home did you identify that home belonging to?
A family member related to Mr. Williams.
And were you ever able to associate Mr. Williams with that home specifically?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I pulled his driver license picture.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
So they didn't pull up Young Thug driver's license. Y'all know
I'm
what?
going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 540 Yankee. Do you recognize 540 Yankee?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 540 Yankee?
It's Mr. Williams's driver license picture.
And is that, I'm sorry.
From 2015.
Okay. And is that what you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the license information that you pulled regarding Mr. Williams back in 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Stacy Exhibit 540Y into evidence.
I'd object to the admission of that evidence as hearsay.
Overruled, admitted.
Your Honor, understanding the court's ruling, there's some personal information on a driver's license. We'd like it redacted.
Okay.
And we're not going to publish, we're just going to ask him to cite the address, Your Honor. But we'll redact it for later.
Okay.
What is the address on Mr. Williams' license?
3424 Ruby H. Harper Boulevard, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia.
And was that the target of one of the shootings between January 11th and January 19th, 2015?
Yes.
I'm sure he had more than one address.
Now, as these shootings came in, were you trying to identify potential suspects of those shootings?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
We would start with a police report. And with that police report, we would try to find whatever evidence we could with that, reaching out to the victims or witnesses, any car descriptions, suspect descriptions, and we would go from there. We would also reach out to our crime lab to see what shell casings was recovered. They would do what's called NIBIN, and NIBIN would tell us if it was related to a specific weapon or any other shooting incident that had occurred prior.
At any point in time, did you all go to social media in order to see if you can get any intel on what may be happening out in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any particular social media pages that you all went to or that you saw that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What were some of those pages?
Immediately after the death of Donovan Thomas, there was a fake Instagram, I believe, page created Death to Snake N-words. And from that, it was almost like a play-by-play of what was going on, or those associated with Mr. Thomas. They basically were sending threats and telling what the...
Overruled.
Best evidence rule.
That's,
Evidence rule. Best evidence rule.
oh, sorry, best evidence.
Why?
Do you have,
I had to.
all right.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
did you collect or did you all collect some of those posts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 546Y. It's 546Y, one of those such posts that came from that Death to Snake N-words page.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the posts that you saw in the early days after Mr. Thompson was killed?
Yes.
This time the state would like to tender Stacy Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object to any hearsay in it. It's being used for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, we're not offering any of the words in there for the truth of the matter, sir, but just to illustrate that that was the post that was given or that was posted on social media.
I'll object to any of the words on the page except for the post.
But the
The death to snakes, if that's what the prosecutor's getting at. But on any statement is being used for the truth of the matter asserted. I object.
Your Honor, maybe approach, I think it might be a longer.
One thing I find interesting is that she's allowing both Adams and Steele to object. Normally, only the lawyer that's questioning the witness on cross-examination is allowed to object. You don't get to have a team of attorneys just hollering out objections. But if the judge is allowing it, this is what we were taught in, law school. Do as much as you can. Make the other side, make them stop you. If they don't object, if they don't say anything about it, then you're good. Yeah, one of my professors said, make them stop you. Don't stop yourself. Tundra said, in my opinion, the judge doesn't pay enough attention for fair and accurate objections. Yeah, she just be, if it's something that she want to hear personally, maybe she want to know the answer to it. Just overruled. And I think in her mind, she starts off overruling all objections unless it's enough, the argument is made enough to overturn that objection. But I mean, in her mind, it's already overruled. But right now, so it appears that they're showing Young Thug as being a victim. Somebody shooting up his house. Same thing with Shannon yesterday. He's a victim. Oh, what I'm doing, we got a little bit of time so we can catch up, actually. Got some good timing. We're going to be zooming through these breaks.
Okay, and that's 546Y. All right, and so that's admitted subject to what we discussed up here.
What's going on, GG?
And let me ask you this.
Thank you for being a
Detective
member.
Dennis, the post that you were seeing on this Death to Snake N-words page, did they have threats on those pages?
Yes,
All right. And were those threats directed at anyone?
yes.
Who?
Overruled.
Kenneth Copeland, Woody.
Okay. Permission to publish the version that we discussed, Your Honor?
The first one,
Yes.
you may.
Okay, Hilton. A black suit on, purple shirt. Let me get out the way. We can see. All right, who is this supposed to be? Who are these people? Okay, did they meet the they muted?
Now, as a part of your investigation, of course, indulgence one moment.
I have no idea. It's just a picture.
As a part of your investigation, did an individual by the name of Rayshawn Bennett come up as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
How did he come up as a part of your investigation?
At one point, his mother's house was shot up twice.
And as you were investigating the case, did you ever speak with Quindarius Zachary about anything that could have happened at those two homes?
Yes.
And did you know anything about those shootings prior to speaking to Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
What information did you have about those two shootings as a part of your investigation prior to speaking with Mr. Zachary?
Could be hearsay. I don't know. It's a broad question, so I'm going to preliminary object to hearsay and confrontation clause,
Okay.
unless it is narrow.
Overruled.
The weapon that Mr. Zachary was caught with in May of 2015 was nibed back to the second shooting of Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house where she was shot.
In the first shooting of Mrs. Bennett's home, were you familiar with Kelvin Watts?
Yes,
What about Jamal Baines?
yes,
And what about Jermaine Hardiman?
yes.
How were you familiar with those three individuals?
They were arrested the day of that shooting.
Okay. And were those three individuals associated with any gangs?
They were associated with IF gang.
At the time, was Mr. Bennett associated with any gangs?
IF gang.
Now, I want to take you to some shootings that occurred on January 26th. Do you recall any shootings as a part of your investigation regarding this kind of gang war that occurred on January 26th of 2015?
Yes,
Right. To your knowledge, how many shootings occurred on January 26th, 2015?
several.
Were you familiar with, as a part of your investigation, Mr. Copeland being shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
Yes,
And do you remember if that case number was 15-026-0124?
I don't remember the case number off the top of my head.
No problem.
Well, you don't even keep your files. I bet you don't remember the
Also
number.
on that same day was Lucci Mama's house shot on 1/26/2015.
Yes,
And then on that same day was Trevante Turner shot on 1/26/2015.
yes.
And Trevante Turner back in 2015, did he associate with YSL?
Yes,
What's going on, Lee?
And the shooting of Trevante Turner, was that on 198 Stanhope?
yes.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to give you 3 APD case numbers. I want you to tell the jury which would be first, second, and third in the day, okay? 15-026-0124, 15-026-2672, 15-026-2801. Which one would have been the earliest in the day?
The one with the zero. Basically, our case numbers are broken down by the Julian date. The Julian date, January 1st, will be 001 and so forth and so on until 365 days. When they come into our 911 dispatch, whatever number that is in the course of the day of incidents, that's what the number is. And so based on those case numbers, the first number would have been first and second and third based on the case number, how they came.
So would 0124 been the first for that day?
Yes,
Then 2672,
yes,
and then 2801.
correct.
And would 2672 and 2801, depending on the activity of that day, be pretty close in time to each other?
That's correct. And it basically resets at midnight. So, for example, if something like today was the 16th, if an incident happened overnight on the 15th at midnight, it would become the 16th, even though it's pretty much close in proximity. It's the same time.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for upgrading your membership to platinum. That's really
On
kind.
January 28th, 2015, Did you ever interview a woman by the name of Antrevia Smith?
Yes.
And what was your reason for interviewing with Miss Smith?
Her apartment was shot up on Springdale Road.
And did that shooting happen on January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And was that 2 days after the last incident we just discussed?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, do you know if she was the target of that shooting?
That would be hearsay and confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Her residence was the target. I don't think necessarily her, but her residence was.
And based on your investigation, were you aware of anyone else staying at her residence during this time period?
No objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Based on our interview of her, she explained that
That would be confrontation clause.
That would also be impeachment.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Ms. Smith testified and denied who was in her home.
So prior
Inconsistent
inconsistent
statement.
statement. Okay, overruled.
Mr. Watts was at her home during the shooting.
And did she tell you that Mr. Watts was there at the time during the shooting?
Yes.
And did she provide you during your interview with her a video that she thought that you should have?
Yes.
And what was that video?
Her neighbor had a camera set up in the window pointing outward. So it basically captured the drive-by shooting.
Did she provide you any other videos?
She provided us a video of Mr. Sledge, Montunk, and Quindarius Zachary basically taunting Mr. Watts and their rivals.
And I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 441Y. It should come up on your screen. Provided to you after she told you that Mr. Watts was in her home when her home was shot up.
Yes.
Now, after that, in February 2015, did you, as a part of your investigation, learn of a shooting involving Mr. Watts where he was shot?
Yes.
And then on that same day, on February 10, 2015, did you learn of 193 Hendricks Avenue being shot at again after Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes. Hendricks was basically, after most incidents, they would go shoot up Hendricks almost as a retaliation immediately or sometime thereafter.
And as a part of your investigation, who resided on Hendricks?
I believe Kenny Boo.
And do you know what, if any, relationship that did Kenny Boo have with Mr. Copeland or his family?
I don't.
Not Kenny Boo. Who is that?
Then, as a part of your investigation, did you also look into the shooting that occurred on February 19, 2015, the shooting involving Mr. Copeland, his child, and his child's mother?
Yes.
And do you recall if anyone was arrested for that particular shooting?
4 IF gang members were arrested for that shooting.
Sitting here today, do you remember who the 4 IF gang members were?
Octavius Franklin, Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy, Octavius Franklin, common spelling, Josiah Johnson,
He said common
Bobby
spelling.
Hardy, and Josiah Johnson.
I think you said Josiah Johnson twice.
I could be missing one. Franklin Johnson, Fleetwood, Dalviante Fleetwood. Is that four? I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Her son, the lady in the
Now, did
wheelchair
there ever
son.
come a point in between January
Okay.
and February
Thank you.
that some of the shootings, I'm going to say for lack of a better term, died down in the earlier parts of 2015?
Repeat that.
Sure. I'm going to ask between January and June. So I'll ask a different question. Between January and June of 2015, did there ever come a period of time where the shootings slowed down between January and June?
March.
And to your knowledge, do you know if in March of 2015, Mr. Williams was on tour?
I was told of that, but yes.
And to your knowledge, do you know if any of the YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
I'm going to object to any hearsay.
Overruled.
To your knowledge, do you know if any other YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
Yes.
Do you know who?
Not everybody. No.
What's going on, Slick?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Zachary, Mr. Stilwell Jackson.
Do you know if Mr. Copeland was on tour with them during that time?
I'm not sure.
Now, I want to take you to April 2nd of 2015. Was there a homicide that occurred on April 2nd, 2015 that was a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the victim of that homicide?
Mr. Rivers.
Okay. And based on your investigation and working up these shootings, do you know if he was a member of a gang?
He was documented as a 30 deep gang member.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Overruled.
And I believe previously you talked about the relationship between 30 Deep and YSL.
Correct.
Correct.
Slick said he chat hopping today.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you ever learn of a residence at 35 Oak Drive?
35 Oak, yes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, who resided or frequented that location?
Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Williams.
Now, take you to April 12th of 2015. Did you, Sergeant Gaither, investigate the shooting of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
Y'all funny. Y'all starting off early.
And during the course of that investigation, did you also meet with Walter Murphy?
Yes.
And when you met with Walter Murphy, did he talk to you about?
May we approach?
Yes.
Good morning, Lady J. Boy, see how y'all do? We playing the telephone game. Somebody said that the lady had, wait, did I read that right? Somebody said she had 4 kids in a wheelchair and somebody said she got 1. Maybe I misread that. Oh, I got you. I got it wrong. Okay, my bad. Woody's sister had 4 children from Kenny Boo. Woody's sister. Okay. And then this one saying the lady in the wheelchair only had 1 child. Okay, so it's 2 separate people. The lady in the wheelchair and her son. I got y'all. Yeah, thank you again, Stephanie, for being so kind for upgrading your membership to platinum. Let's go. We may have some time we can catch up, so let's see. We just can catch up. Let's see. Go back. Oh, Hilton. Wait a minute. Who Hilton hugging? Hold up. What's this about? Oh, they talking. What? She probably complimented her because of her looks today, her outfit, her appearance. Even though Stephanie, you know what?
Let me ask you this. Did that address at Oak Drive have any significance to you as you began investigating all the retaliatory shootings from 2015?
Yes.
What was that significance?
In investigating the Dexter Montgomery shooting, it was told to us that that's
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. When you, without saying what anybody said, why was it significant?
during our investigation, we learned that was where the suspects are.
Sustained.
Were you part of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And in your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he talk about where the guns in the car was taken after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that location?
Oak Drive or whatever it is.
And was that your understanding of Calvin Treadwell's home?
Yes.
All right.
Y'all hear Glenville dog barking already? He back there barking.
And is that the same location that became relevant as a part of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And with the Dexter Montgomery shooting, was there a suspect and later someone arrested by the name of Demise McMullen?
Yes. Nard.
We gonna see to you. I'm gonna remember this
And
comment.
did that same name come up as a part of the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
Yes.
Sorry, I need to stay by the mic. And in both the Dexter Montgomery shooting and the Donovan Thomas murder, was Mr. Nard suspected to be a shooter?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Mr. Zachary, was that in August of 2015?
Yes.
And during that meeting with him, did you speak with him about the Little Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And at the time, was he able to provide you information about the Little Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Zachary one of the people that you saw that night at the compound back in April of 2015?
He was.
Question asked and answered previously.
Sustained.
What's going on, Chicky? Hey, don't talk about the judge.
Now, the Little Wayne bus shooting happened on April 26, 2015.
Yes.
2 days after that, on April 28, 2015, was there a series of shootings that occurred?
Yes.
What were the series of shootings that you investigated as a part of your investigation with this retaliatory shootings on April 28th, 2015?
The 1428 Adele, 1903 Drew, and the Landrum Drive shooting.
Was there an incident at Club Crucial on that day as well?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, what occurred at Club Crucial?
Demeke and Garlington got jumped inside.
And based on your investigation, is Demeke and Garlington associate or a member of YSL?
Yes.
Did he say jumped and slapped? Is that what he said?
Did you investigate? You said you don't remember case numbers.
No.
Let me ask you about a series of numbers again. 15-118-0288.
Okay.
15-118-0462.
Okay. 15-118-0531. And 15-118-0588. Okay.
Would the 0288 be the first incident of that sequence?
He don't know.
Yes. If I can, I don't know if you write it down or something.
Here's a pad.
Just sit down. Don't help him. We don't need no pad, no pen, no paper. Sit your right on down. Jumping up. Maybe it's the suit that do it for. Get out that man face. Oh my God. Come on here, Hilton. Oh, here she go. Right, he big line because she's trying to make him remember these numbers, but he said he don't know. So I'm trying to see about her writing them down. How would that make him remember? You know. Come on, Hilton. We know you're a professor, but you're not in your classroom. Oh my goodness. Here we go, y'all. Nuh-uh. You haven't missed too much.
Oh, that 8 was
15-118-0288, 15-118-0462, 15-118-0531, 15-118-0588. Is this the order that they would have occurred in that day?
Yes.
How you know that?
This would have been first, second, third, and fourth.
Correct.
Man, come on. He already said he didn't know the numbers. I understand the numbers get bigger, but that doesn't mean he remember the numbers. Oh yeah, she got a hit right. Like I said, she knew Gaither was gonna be there today. She said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna dress up." I mean, not Gaither, Dennis. Yeah, they all the same. Okay. Yeah, she called herself being a law
We'll come
professor.
back to that chart in 1 second.
Is that him
When
breathing?
you met with Quindarius Zachary, was he able to identify people who were, that he told you were involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And did you show him pictures to confirm who he was speaking of when you talked to him?
Yes.
Amanda left her. Don't tell me that.
Permission to approach your pickup line?
You may.
So she.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542 Y or 542 Yankee Alpha through Yankee J. Look through those and tell me if you recognize all of those.
Maybe she working too much. She working too hard. He don't never see her.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So apparently, detective, investigator, lieutenant, captain, sergeant, whatever he go by today, he have a memory like Nathan Wade. Y'all know who Nathan Wade is. That's Fonnie Willis' married boyfriend. And he said he don't write nothing. He keep it all in his head. So I guess that's the same thing with Dennis. He don't have no reports. He don't remember any numbers. It's all in his head. But one thing I could say, I don't know if the air is thick in Atlanta, but I noticed that the witnesses all breathe heavy down there. What's going on in Atlanta? Let's speed it up a little bit. Oh man.
And let me ask a more specific question. As far as the shooting of Donovan Thomas, who did Mr. Zachary say was, and let me get more specific, those who actually were a part of the drive-by shooting?
Diamante Kendricks, aka Yak, Demise McMullen, aka Nard, Justin Cobb, aka Doo-Wop, and Shannon Stillwell Jackson, aka SB.
And it's 542YA, 542YF, 542YD, and 542YB, the images that you showed him to confirm those individuals.
Good morning, Pink.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would like to admit 542 YA, YA, YB, YD.
She just said gumbo.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission.
You may.
No, you haven't missed much. Besides him breathing in his mic, just like Gaither did when she was up there. Somebody say, get them some breathing treatments. They might as well just leave one on the witness stand.
Looking at 542YA, who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Diamante Kendricks,
Okay. 542YB,
Demise McMullen,
542YF,
Shannon Stillwell Jackson,
542YD.
Justin Cobb,
And did he have a nickname?
Duwop,
Now, during during your meeting with him, did you just have him also identify other individuals that he knew as part of YSL?
yes,
All right. Now showing you 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, YH, and YI. Tell me if those are the other pictures that you showed him during that interview.
yes, they are.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of the picture that you showed him during his August interview?
Yes,
This time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, 542YH, and 542YI into evidence.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, that's your minute.
Information to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
First, looking at 542YC, who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Jeffrey Young Thug Williams,
Okay, and that the same individual? Is that the same picture that was on his driver's license?
yes,
Now,
Who is it? I guess.
show you was already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1JJ.
I guess when they switch it over to the pictures or the images, it shuts off the audio in the courtroom.
or Club Crucial.
She didn't win right back over there to that. Hey, y'all, where Dennis work at? Don't tell me he's security.
Now I'm going to also show you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4KK.
He probably was ran off. Sometimes they can. They put retired on paper, but they run you off. You want to walk out or you want us to throw you out? Pick which one. Yeah, I think he worked as a school officer back in my hometown of St. Louis.
As 2LL.
Shout out to St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah, they
1LL.
yeah, they be tripping me out with this retirement. Retired is retired. You went and got another job. Let's be for real. Oh, my point, they retire or leave. Why? Yeah, I'm thinking they. I mean, we see the type of work they do. No reports, can't find missing files, and sometimes change the leadership. You might can do a lot of stuff under an old leadership and not new leadership.
One of the addresses that was significant as a part of your investigation.
Yes.
What was the significance of 1903 Drew Drive?
It was the home of Philip Collins, aka Philo, who's associated with If Gang and Haiti Gang.
Oh yeah, they definitely shady.
And what about 1428 Adele Avenue? What if any significance did 1428 Adele Avenue have in your investigation?
That was the home of Darren Mills, Philo's brother.
Now, on April 28th, did you learn of another shooting that happened at 2900 Landrum?
Yes.
And who was staying there at that time based on your investigation?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, do you know when in the line of events that shooting occurred?
It's gonna be either 3 or 4.
Either the 3 or the 4. Okay.
Yeah, you know how people used to say they retire, they go home and they sit on the couch for the rest of their days.
You said that was where Trevante Turner's girlfriend lived?
Yes.
So they really
That's
did.
the same Trevante Turner that was shot in January on Stanhope.
Yes.
And Club Crucial, that's where Demikian got beat up.
Yes.
And you said earlier jumped on by If gang members.
Yes.
And was Demikian a YSL member?
Yes.
And so after Demikian gets beat up, then you have the call for the shooting at Adele.
Yes.
And
Overruled.
is Darren Mills an If gang member?
Yes.
Okay, this is getting kind of convoluted.
Then after this shooting, do you get the call for the Landrum?
Yes.
And Trevante is associated with YSL.
Yes.
What is she writing?
And then after the shooting at Landrum, then you get the call for the 1903 Drew.
Yes.
And Philo, what gangs he associated with?
If Gang.
Was that the definition of the type of retaliatory shootings you were getting in 2015?
Yes.
Right.
And was that the nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October of 2015?
Yes.
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both sides of this war that was going back and forth?
Yes.
Were you only targeting YSL?
No.
Were you only targeting If gang?
We targeted gang members and violence.
Now, did there come a time in October of 2015 that you had the occasion to interview Mr. Diamante Kendrick.
Yes.
Do you recall when you interviewed Mr. Kendrick?
I don't know the exact date, but it was a short time after he was arrested.
And what was he arrested for?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was jumped in Magic City Strip Club. We were made aware of it, and we were able to obtain video of the actual assault. A short time after the assault, Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold went to retaliate at Trestle Tree, which is a known hangout for Mr. Kelvin Watts and other IF gang members. When they arrived at the location, there was police already out there. And when they attempted to speed off or whatever, they got into a chase, subsequently crashing and subsequently being arrested.
And were there guns inside the vehicle when they were arrested?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you go and try to pull or see if there was an actual fight at Magic City?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that video as in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
You know what I mean? We approach.
And I mean, I get it. Like certain jobs will technically let you retire. They use the word retire, even though you're not nowhere near close to the retirement age. I believe the military, you do 20 years and you can retire. But a lot of them are not retiring in the true sense of the word. When you quit work and you're done, they just going to go look for different jobs. And that do make sense. Internal affairs investigation, they kind of force you out. You want to retire, or you want us to go through the process of firing you, which is going to really look bad if you try to get another job. So, that's how they kind of look out for each other. You can't stay here, you got to go, but we'll soften the blow and let you retire so you can get you another job and go terrorize the next community. This is insanity. What's going on? Simply Todd. But yeah, they definitely like Miss Danny Steele said, they definitely shady. You can tell the way they was acting in that interrogation room. Dennis and Gaithy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to view a video in the fight that or whatever it is that the witnesses testifying about occurred at a place that is a strip club. And so while that is not why the video is being shown, you're going to see some images that are things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
Dennis, why are you laughing that hard?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as the
You know-
jury trial, 543Y. Is that a copy of that video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And this time say like the tender and admit and publish this is 543Y.
All right. I'm sorry, 543Y. That's admitted. You may.
Wait, could this even be shown on YouTube? I don't know, y'all. I really don't know. Well, we about to find out. I mean, we about to find out if the court playing it, then it replaying it. What's going on, Mr. Bernadette Clemens? I have yet to see how Thugger is tied to this foolishness. Yes, good morning. Thank y'all for joining. If y'all don't mind hitting the like button, thank y'all. See, the Dennis is happy now. He had a flashback. He probably was working security at that strip club. Need to get him a tissue. Let's get him let him blow his nose. Let me get out the way. Hold on. What's going on? This black and white blurry video. No, unless it hasn't started yet, maybe it's going to turn into color.
Just orient the jury where they need to be looking to see the fight on in the video.
In this first video, you're gonna see an individual walk right to here. Mr. Arnold is right there, and the video will pretty much do it.
Okay, where the now the court audio is oh. Hoo-hoo. Caught that,
Why Yankee won for the record.
caught that boy at the left.
Now publishing 543 Yankee 2.
She said, I hope no one sees the relative. Oh.
It's gonna be the same, but just a different angle. This is where the fight is gonna begin, and then this is where it's gonna spill over into.
We got a camera that actually has some color.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
I don't know why the court's mics cut out when they show video because we can't hear them narrate. Like, what is the witness saying right now? Ooh, they picked up a chair.
One minute and 28 seconds. Now, when you spoke with Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his, you said he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
All right. And when you went to go speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
No.
Did he appear to be sick?
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Yes.
No.
If this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction that you gave yesterday?
Yes, and in fact, let's go ahead and take our morning break.
Hold on. Thank you again to Stephanie. We got to go back and watch that during our break. We got to go back. We got to go back and see. What's going on, Miss Bunch? Yeah.
I just want to adjust it to be specific to this.
Right, once
Go
we
ahead and
Once we-
recess as well.
once we take our break, y'all, we're gonna go back and see what's going on. Hold on, let's see. Wait till we go to the break. All right, y'all, let's go see who got hit with what. Oh man, let's see. And I got the stream pulled up on another feed, so when the court come back, I'll go back.
Just orient the jury where they need to be looking to see the fight on in the video.
See, right now he's narrating, but we can't hear him. Oh, there we go. Okay, looks like right here, it looks like Hat started it. Hat right here started he threw a left. Let me see. Look, watch Hat, watch him. Yeah, he left-handed.
43Y Yankee 1 for the record.
He threw that jab. Hold on, let's keep going.
Now published at 540.
All right. So I wonder, now this is where we're gonna see the chairs flying. They're gonna take us back to Alabama with the chair. Oh my goodness. Let me get out the way. Can y'all see? Can y'all see this? Okay, hold on. I don't know who started that one. Oh, okay. So it's the same fight, just a different angle. It looks like the guy throws the same punches up here. White shirt. Right here. That's the one who started right here with the hat. He putting his hat back on.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
So this is the one that started it. We're gonna keep an eye on him. Okay, he left. Look at him throwing that left. Look at him go back. He throwing his left hand. Look at him. Wow. Yeah, this is the one who's. I'm keeping my eye on him. Then we're gonna go back to the chair after this. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, he done. He done. He done. All right, let's go back to the chair. Let's go back to the chair now. Okay, so it looks like white shirts are together. This white shirt looks like he with this white shirt because this white shirt picked up the chair first. There you go, pick it up. Boom. Wait a minute, y'all. Did security pick up the chair next? Like after white shirt had the chair, did this guy pick up the chair and hit somebody with it? Security, boom. Okay, security pulling him back, and another security guard got the chair and boom. So this security pushing everybody out. They tow it up, y'all. They tow it up. Wait a minute now. Oh man.
1 minute and 28 seconds.
Okay, hold on, let me pause it. Yo, so who knows? Because when the fight was going on, I'm sure Dennis was narrating, but we couldn't hear him because of the court system. So anybody knows who was who in the video? Somebody said, is that Woody? Yeah, security went in there slanging. Hold on, somebody said we need to go back. Stephanie said we need to go back and see the girl dancing on that man in the right corner with the pink on ran first. Exit stage left. The girl dancing on that man in the right corner. Let's go. Y'all, the court is on break, so we just watching the video. They still on break. I'm watching it on a different feed. And it's you see. Okay, so Stephanie said the man in the right corner. The girl dancing, the man in the right corner. Let's see. Oh, you talking about, her. That's who you talking about? Oh my goodness. Not the suit and tie. That wasn't gay that she was dancing on. Not the suit. Yeah, funny. And look, he wasn't throwing no money anyway. And look at the floor. Ain't no money down there.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
So she had a reason to run. He wasn't even paying her. He wasn't paying her. She's like, oh, this is my chance. I'm gone. Oh my God. I'm in the way. Oh man, yo. Oh my God. And look at her. She come back to get her money. Look at her. This girl, where she at? Yeah, she picking up her money. This girl right here picking up her money. I know that's right. She ain't working for free. And this one over here. They getting their
1 minute and 28 seconds.
Woo, man, oh man, this is insanity. I wish we know. I wish we know who was who, because I think they said, wasn't it Demiki and Garlington that he said was beat up and slapped or hit? I don't know if Woody name was ever mentioned as being one of the people in the video. Let's see if he says that.
Now, when you spoke with Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his? You said
Okay,
he was arrested,
Kendrick.
correct?
Kendrick.
Okay. was
Okay.
he read his Miranda warnings.
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
All right. And when you went to go speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
No.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So he was beat down and arrested? Golly. In one night?
He appeared to be sick.
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Yes.
Yeah. If this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction
And let's see if we
that you gave
and
yesterday?
let's see if we can go
Yes.
before that.
In fact,
Maybe we can figure out who the parties
are
were.
things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as.
Look, look,
543Y.
the jurors are even having fun with this. Somebody that is the most entertainment they didn't have. The jurors are finally laughing. Somebody said they were sleeping early. I think Miss Danny still said the jurors are sleeping. I believe it was her. And I bet you they woke up now. They are wide awake. Let's see. The court is still on break, so we're just going back, just watching a little bit of it. But we're trying to figure out who was who. So we're trying to see if they're going to say it now.
Is that a copy of that video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
You know, this time say like a tender and admit and publish this in the file.
Okay, so we got to go
All
before
right,
that.
I'm sorry, 543Y, that's admitted.
We got to go before that then.
But it was a short time after he was arrested.
And
Let's see.
was that the nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October of 2015?
Yes.
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both sides of this war that was going back and forth?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I think they're back. I think they're back. Okay.
Limiting instruction and make sure nobody has any issue with it. So the first paragraph that's kind of general would be the same. And then I would say in the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count one. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick. Anything else y'all want?
Your Honor,
Yes.
we just want to renew our objection on the admissibility of
Understood.
thank you.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, of course, I joined Ms. Westmoreland, but additionally, I have a question. In the statement, there was certain things that we've already established are not admissible, like Mr. Kendrick. I don't want to mischaracterize what Mr. Kendrick said, but there was some speculation, or I heard that so-and-so were involved with other incidents, and we've all agreed that that would not be proper to come in. I just want to make sure that Investigator Dennis is
that as well.
clear on all that.
And
We don't
for
approve.
clarification, are y'all playing the statement excerpts? You're just asking him about things. And have you made sure that he knows what not to get into?
I did, but I will tell him again.
Remind him? Okay, great. All right, why don't you do that real fast?
And Your Honor, I'm going to go back to something first.
Okay.
And then, so I'll let you
All right,
know
so
when
give
I'm
me a,
ready.
sounds good. All right. And then as soon as he gets back, we'll get the jury in.
Okay. So I'm guessing we're going to hear from the man himself who was attacked, Kendrick, Diamante Kendrick. and he can explain to us what happened in the club. Did somebody just come up to you and punch you in the face? It looks like they could have possibly exchanged words briefly. And who knows, sometimes maybe they knew each other, maybe somebody stepped on each other's shoe or talked to somebody's girl. You don't never know. I guess so. I mean, they beat him down and hit him with a chair. I mean, if that was him. So I bet you they did air out that parking lot or whatever happened. Oh man, that's crazy. This is what somebody say, some crazy work, nasty work. Let's see what his statement is. But I wonder if that's the case, why did they arrest him? Hey, y'all arrest me for? He the one that all right. We gotta let's see. Mm. Somebody Pink said they turned that baby every which way but loose. Oh man. Y'all are funny. Come on, cameraman. Turn the audio on. Cameraman, what is he doing? Yeah, I gotta be. Oh my goodness. Y'all, that's the cameraman hasn't turned the sound on yet. So we just waiting for them to get the sound. Somebody need to bump him on the shoulder. Hey, turn on the mic. Maybe if we fast forward, maybe they'll have it fixed. Still don't have the sound. Oh my goodness, bro. Come on. Somebody said the cameraman was in a car accident yesterday, so maybe he's still getting his bearings straight. He's still trying to get back calibrated. Well, you missed Jiggy. You missed a lot. Oh, there you go. You missed a lot, Jiggy. We had the most entertainment out the whole trial. You might want to rewind a little bit. And even though it was entertainment, to wake people up, we still don't know the context, the who's who, why they were fighting, what they got to do with the people on trial. Not the Players Club. When I with Dollar Bill. Right, look how the judge looking at him. Look how Whitaker looking at him. Look, y'all know she don't like wasting time. Somebody said, what he looking for? He looking for his reports that he didn't throw away. He looking for his report. Oh, or he looking at them strip club pictures. What you looking at, Dennis? Which one is it? Look at the judge put a hand on her face. Look at her.
Ms. Hilton, unless there's something to be gained from having the witness search through and find them, how about next time you just hand the January flyers to the witness?
But I think it is important, Your Honor, given the stack that was in there. It is irrelevant. It is. Yes? Yes, sir.
He was even shaking his head. Yes, Dennis. Look.
How many are there in that entire stack?
2.
All right. And did those all appear to be in
What was the
did they all
point?
appear to be in chronological order?
No.
So when you looked at it, did it appear to be the earliest date started at top and then it went in chronological order?
Yes, it started in, I think, 2014 or something.
Okay. And how many were from January of 2015?
Just these 2 that's in my hand.
What's the first date in January that's on there?
January 18th in Tampa, Florida.
That's in Tampa, Florida. What's the other one?
January 21st in Santa Ana, California.
All right. So in Tampa, that's January 18th.
Yes.
Not
2015.
January 11th.
No.
Not January 12th.
Oh, come on,
13th,
Hilton.
14th.
Nope.
15th.
Nope.
16th.
Nope.
Did you see any flyers in that stack from any of those days?
No, ma'am.
Any flyers from that stack in Miami, Florida?
No.
From January? Anything in January in Miami?
No, ma'am.
She really thinks she's making a point.
As a part of your investigation, did you learn that several YSL members went to Miami immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that they went to Miami because Mr. Williams had a show in Miami or a
No.
performance in Miami?
No.
What did he tell you why they went?
To get away from everything that was going on.
Did anyone ever mention to you shows in Miami?
No.
He can't never sit down, this officer right here. This bailiff, he be everywhere. He didn't love Glenville Court, now he over here. He want to be on the camera.
You been to Miami before?
Several times.
You been to Tampa before?
Several times.
What's the distance between Miami and Tampa?
That's about a good 6 to 7 hour drive, maybe.
Now, I want to republish very quickly.
Right.
1LL.
How we skip to this? We trying to get to the fight, and she done jumped way over here back to this. Oh my goodness, y'all. These people here. If we went from a strip club, a fight.
What was the case number on 1LL?
Is that 1LL on the screen?
And now she's talking about a whole new topic.
Is this the 1LL on the screen that you just looked at previously?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's already been as 2LL.
Not the auntie walk. Y'all funny. Oh my God. She is so out of I mean, she literally out of order. I mean, it would have been easier for the jury to be like, okay, with the strip club who was fighting, let's play the interview of him talking about the fight. He was attacked, he went to jail. But now we're talking about them way in Florida after Donovan Thomas.
At their location?
All right. So earlier when I had the 0588 number, do these two numbers go with the same incident, 0587 and 0588?
No.
No. What we just talked about, 0588,
Mm-hmm.
which is 2 LL, correct?
Right.
That's a 1903 Drew,
Correct.
and go back to 1 LL.
Where? Oh.
Is that 0587?
That's Drew as well.
Okay, so that's fine. So are both 0588 and 0587 both associated with Drew Drive?
Correct.
All right.
Taking notes.
Earlier, we talked about the fact that 2900 happened between Adele and Drew. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there another number on here that's 0531?
The one, this one, 3.
Knock the mic over, boy. Learning what not to do. This is amazing. I ain't never seen nothing like this.
Now, in September of 2015, as a part of your investigation, did you investigate any shootings in which Mr. Shannon Stillwell was the victim of the shooting?
Yes.
How many such shootings was a part of your kind of investigation?
2.
When, do you recall when in September both of those took place?
The first was September 13th, from the, I don't know the actual address, I just know it as the Green Store.
Okay. And then when was the second?
The Tierra Jones murder investigation.
And did the Green Store shooting happen before the Tierra Jones homicide?
Yes.
And was there anyone ever apprehended for the Green Store shooting?
No.
What about for Tierra Jones?
Yes.
All right. Initially, do you know who arrest warrants were taken out?
Yes.
Taken out. Who?
Kelvin Watts, Bobby Hardy, and Jamal Ward.
And later on, do you know if there were specific people, was there anyone not charged out of those 3?
Say that again?
Out of the initial 3, Dominique Carter, Bobby Hardy,
No.
excuse me, Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts, were any of them not actually indicted for that offense?
Kelvin Watts was not indicted, and then Dominique Carter was charged.
Okay. And does Dominique Carter have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about Bobby Hardy?
Stewie.
And what about Jamal?
Merle.
And are any of them affiliated with a gang?
All of them are associated with If Gang.
Jiggy, that's him breathing like that, not her. And he's sitting down.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard yesterday, and maybe prior to that as well, sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. And when this happens, the evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it's offered and only for the count for which it's offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count 1. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way at all in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick.
So now we're going back to the strip club. Wow.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
I think where I left off is you said that you had, the interview was at the Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember about what time of day you spoke with Mr. Kendrick?
Middle of the day, I guess.
Speak up. You said,
Middle of the day, I guess. I'm not sure.
were there portions of the interview where you took breaks?
Yes.
You said you read his, did you read the Miranda warnings or did another investigator read it in the room?
He don't know. He don't know.
Did you all read it from a card or did you have a sheet of paper that you read it
We
from?
usually give them a sheet and allow them to read it. We ask them their highest level of education, have them initial it and sign it.
Just play the video.
Did he ever ask you to repeat anything when you were going over his rights?
Not that I recall.
Just play the video, woman.
Did you ever threaten Mr. Kendrick to get him to speak with you?
No,
Did you ever promise him anything to get him to speak with you?
no,
Did you tell him about the charges for which he was charged with on that day?
I believe Detective Thorpe did.
What was the charge? Oh my goodness, woman. That would have been the next
At any
question.
point, did he waive, well, initially when you spoke to him, did he waive his rights?
No,
Objection, Your Honor. It's commenting on my client's right to maintain his silence.
That is burden shifting.
Sustained.
We would
Mhm.
try to establish the voluntariness of.
Come up to the bench.
But you can't shift the burden. Let me go back and listen to that question again. Let me go back and listen to it so I can see what the question was.
Sustained.
Objection.
At any point, did he waive, well, initially when you spoke to him, did he waive his rights?
no,
Okay, that's a legit question. Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. It's commenting on my client's right to maintain his silence.
Sustained.
We were trying to establish the voluntariness of.
She's skirting the line. Yeah, she skirted the line a little bit, but I don't think it was that crazy. Let me go back. Okay, we caught back up. Yeah, I don't think it was that crazy because normally you cannot comment it on a defendant's right to remain silent. You can't say, well, if he was innocent, he would have said something, or he didn't want to speak to us. I mean, because that's his right not to. But since he did speak, it's not so crazy to say, to make sure that the jury knows it was voluntary. He voluntarily spoke on his own accord without force or duress or anything like that. Who is this? Okay, but I don't think it was that crazy now that I went back and listened to it. But she just need to move on. Y'all read him his rights. He signed a paper saying he's going to talk. He talked. Move on. Somebody said, why he keep his mouth open? Because they want to make sure that she's not skirting the line as far as commenting on a defendant's right to remain silent. You have a right to shut up and be quiet. And they cannot use that against you in court. So she really cannot comment on it. But I don't think she crossed that line. She got close to it. I mean, she working underneath Love. Y'all know Love teaching her all the tricks. And that Fonnie Willis. So I know she just want to make it seem like she wants the jury to know that the statement is voluntary, but still, come on, move on. Yeah, just a quick break. They just approached, not a break. They just approached the bench. There we go.
Let me ask you, after you read him his rights, did he agree to speak with you?
yes,
That's
Okay.
the
After
question.
reading it, he understood his rights. He agreed to speak with you.
yes.
Okay.
Right. That's
And
good.
let me just let the given that clarification, it sounds like it was just a misunderstanding. But let me just let the jury know that every defendant, every accused, everybody who ever is a suspect in a crime has a right to remain silent, doesn't have to talk to the police. And if they choose to remain silent, it is wildly inappropriate to comment on that. However, this was just a misunderstanding, so we're not going to worry about that.
That's what I
All right,
thought.
go ahead.
I think that was fair. That's what I thought too. She didn't cross the line, but she got close to it.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick,
I think we're all caught up.
did you speak with him about a fight that occurred at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And specifically, did you speak with him about a fight that happened at Club Crucial after Kenneth Copeland was beat up at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And was that fight somewhere around January 6th of 2015?
Yes.
And specifically, did he talk about his involvement in fighting an individual by the name of Bloody J?
Yes.
What did he tell you about his involvement in fighting Bloody J?
That when they got outside, he was the one that punched Bloody J.
And again, this is all after Kenneth Copeland was beat up inside of the club.
Correct.
So that was Woody that was beat up?
During the course of your speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he talk to you about any conflict or tension?
Wait, y'all. So that was Woody that was beat up in the white? Wow, we got to go back and watch. And y'all know Woody loved them white t-shirts, but let's go back.
And again, this is all after Kenneth Copeland was beat up inside of the club.
Correct.
Somebody said that early in the chat. They thought
During
it
the
was
course of your speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he talk to you about any conflict or tension he had with an individual by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the tension or conflict that he had with Rich Homie Quan?
He spoke about he had went to a club. I don't remember the exact date. And when he walked in, he saw Rich Homie Quan, and Rich Homie Quan, cousin or something. No one said nothing to him when he walked in. And then once he got to a certain area, he spoke of how Rich Homie Quan began pointing at him. And his cousin or something had pulled him to the side and basically said, don't do that yet. Don't do that. And he basically explained that he was just there, but he could see how everyone was kind of positioning themselves. And initially he wanted to leave, but he didn't want to look like he was basically scared or something. So he stayed. But it was basically tension in there.
Was this before or after January 10, 2015?
This was after.
The incident that he was telling you about was after.
Yes.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did he acknowledge a beef between YSL and If Gang?
Yes.
Did he ever speak with you about his desire or wanting to be a member of the Bloods?
Yes.
In speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he ever appear to be confused about his understanding what a gang was?
No.
During the course of the interview, did he talk about gang banging or being a part of a gang?
Yes.
During your interview, did he ever claim to no longer be a part of a gang?
He basically spoke about moving on past that as the music was starting to take off, and he basically indicated that he felt like he was nobody. He didn't respect the gang culture of having like leaders or different stuff like that, and he basically said he deemed himself a Blood, so he started being a Blood.
Did he talk with you about this incident following the fight that we just viewed a few moments ago?
Yes.
what was he able to tell you about what happened following that fight at Club Crucial?
He ba-
Excuse me, at Magic City.
He basically told us how he was filming a video that day, and it kind of fell through. And he got high, had some lean, and was kind of having a bad day. And then his friend Duke called him, basically telling them that they just jumped, and he was like, "Pull up on me." And so they met up somewhere.
Well, hold on. You said
Yeah.
pull up on me. What does that mean?
Meet me somewhere. And basically they met somewhere, and he felt like it wasn't his beef, but he's almost coming to the aid of his friend. And so they came up with the idea of going to retaliate.
And when they were stopped, where were they stopped? Where did they see the police at initially?
Trestle Tree Apartments.
And what's the significance of Trestle Tree Apartment?
Trestle Tree is a strong, like a main hangout for Kelvin Watts and If gang members.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 27 DDDP.
All right, y'all. Who these people? And the court audio cuts off when they show images, so we cannot hear what the court is saying right now. And I'm sure they're answering my question of who these people are. They need to fix that. This is crazy.
With the chain on, yes.
Okay.
Thank y'all for stopping in. If y'all don't mind liking the video to circulate it in the algorithm. For those who can, thank y'all. For those who did, thank y'all. Let me see. They need to fix this. They need to talk to Maurice. Talk to the cameraman. They need to figure out how we can get audio when they show exhibits. Because we're missing out right now while she's talking to him or while he's talking.
Now, did they ever make it to Trestle Tree? They being Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick.
They made it to Trestle Tree, but there was a large police presence. And so they attempted to leave Trestle Tree. And according to Mr. Kendricks, he didn't know his way around over there. And so they had to make a U-turn. When they made the U-turn, that alerted police. And that's how the chase initiated or started.
And did he talk to you about the guns that were found in the vehicle?
Yes.
And did he advise to you which gun was his?
Yes.
And do you remember today which gun he said that was his?
Initially, he spoke about he had just purchased the stick, which would be the long gun.
Okay.
And then he was the driver. And so the handgun, I believe, was found in the driver's area.
During that interview, did you speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And I'm gonna ask you specifically, did he ever tell you whether or not he could remember where he was on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I believe he did.
Do you remember where he said he was?
I don't. I think he said he was at his girlfriend's house.
Where your report at? He's speculating.
And do you know the name of that girlfriend?
Busha.
Okay. Now, as you did your investigation over that span of investigating the incidents between January of 2015, at some point in 2015, did your investigation conclude?
It never really concluded. Our unit was tasked with stopping crime. Our unit was on the floor with our chief. Anytime there was a significant incident, they reached out to our unit to assist. Homicide usually dealt with if there was a murder,
Right,
but
narrative.
gangs usually dealt with what led up to the murder, and what was coming afterwards. So we were tasked with different assignments or different incidents.
And towards the end of 2015, excuse me, did you deem this gang war between YFN and YSL Operation Planters?
I didn't deem it, but that was it, became named.
And at some point during the end of 2015, what was kind of the result of Operation Planters, or what kind of happened?
I'm waiting for a response.
Can I?
Yeah,
No, not from
No.
you.
You get no
Your Honor, I
response.
believe that is going to be relevant as to how they moved on and kind of ended this portion of the investigation.
Sustained.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this. When
Take your time.
initially, was Kenneth Copeland the target? Did it appear as if Kenneth Copeland was the target of YFN in the early months of January 2015?
Yes.
At any point, did it appear that that target shifted to anyone else?
That's relevant.
And speculation.
Let them talk about it.
Sustained.
I want to hear that answer.
Now, I want to transition and transfer into music. As a gang investigator, has music ever become part of your investigation?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does music become a part of your investigation?
In gang culture and in rap music, a lot of times some of the artists either highlight, taunt, or humiliate their opposition through music. And I think it's part entertainment, but from the position of an investigator.
I'm going to object from the position of investigator.
Well, I can.
This is not relevant from the position of investigator to go to what the jury is hearing about the allegations.
Speak as your expertise as a gang expert.
You want me to repeat what I just?
No.
Your Honor, I'm also going to object. This is outside of his expertise as a gang expert. Now we're talking about musicology and lyrics, and that is outside his expertise.
Overruled.
Overruled.
I think you can continue.
That's what overruled
As
means.
rephrased by you.
Okay. As a gang expert, tell the jury how music can sometimes be involved in gang culture and rap, and how those two can coincide.
In gang culture and rap music is sometimes used to taunt, humiliate, and highlight some of their actions or to humiliate their opposition. A lot of times it's almost as if no one knows about it, then it didn't happen. So it's an opportunity to showcase what we did or to highlight what we did.
He's speculating, right?
Someone's intent.
Right, he's speculating.
704.
Sustained.
This is crazy.
So don't come. What have you found? Let me ask you this. You talked about sometimes music can highlight, taunt, and humiliate. How have you seen examples of that as you've investigated as a gang investigator? How have you seen that type of highlighting, taunting, and humiliation in music?
You said, how have I seen it?
Yes.
For example, the song Get It Back in Blood. Get It Back in Blood is basically celebrating retaliation.
You speculating. How you know that?
Illustrating to anybody that I'm going to get it back in blood. You do something to me, I'm going to retaliate to get it back in blood. And it basically spells it out in the song.
Mm-mm.
And as a law enforcement officer, or a gang investigator specifically, when you're doing your investigation, do you look for music and then start your investigation, or are you investigating crime?
Question asked and answered previously.
Well, I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't here when he testified previously.
I don't recall specifically. That's all I say. I can't recall if he specifically talked about it. I don't recall.
Refresh our memories. Talk about it
Do you
again.
recall whether you already talked about this?
Nope.
Judge, I've been here 3 times. I don't. I'm trying to keep up myself.
Okay, well, yeah. Why don't you just, if you need to hit that briefly, to
Just
go
very
ahead and do
quickly.
that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you, when you're investigating, do you look for music and say, let me investigate this person, or does the music somehow come a part of the investigation?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
We don't chase music. We chase crime. And through our investigation, all things are on the table. My job when I work,
To what his job is, Your Honor, this is not appropriate.
Sustained.
Okay. In a song, when you may listen to a song that might have evidence of whether it's a crime or what you call highlighting, taunting, or humiliation, is the entire song often the subject of the humiliation, taunting, and highlighting, or might there be certain portions?
Sustained.
When you're hearing a song, does the entire song always humiliate, taunt, and highlight, or could it be portions of the song that humiliate, taunt, and highlight?
just a portion. It might be a subliminal message, a small snippet.
704, Your Honor.
How would you know
Same
that?
thing, the intent.
Right. He don't know.
And talk to the jury a little bit about subliminal messaging and how that can, what that looks like in a song.
Beyond expertise. We never had a Daubert hearing on
Yes,
this.
we did.
Not
Your
on
Honor,
this.
I have the Daubert order.
All right, we didn't have to take either a break or approach.
We got to take something. So, y'all, we got to go back and see if we can see some faces, because yeah, we're gonna go back to the video. So, cause we gotta, so we can see what's going on as far as. Yeah, wait when the camera goes to break, then we will go back. Somebody said they can't solve no cases. That's why they ran out of Atlanta. I mean, it's crazy because the case they're talking about now, Donovan Thomas, it's still unsolved. No suspects. They arrested Moontunk and Woody and all of those and charged them with murder for Donovan Thomas, and only to drop the charges. And Moonton told us that when he came on this channel and spoke not too long ago. Let's go and see if we can find. So, do y'all think Woody was the person getting attacked in that club video? Let's see if we got enough time to go back. That's insane if that's what happened. And the cameras, it was back in 2015. Let's see if we can see. And I got another feed pulled up, so I know when the court's back live, and then we can speed up. Oh, come on, not buffering. Okay, that's a white hat. This is the one. So y'all think that's Woody right here? Y'all think this is Woody? Is that the consensus of the chat?
Y Yankee 1 for the record.
All right, let's speed up to the next video. No, he wasn't bald back then. He wasn't. He had hair. Let's see. And then I guess he wasn't in a white shirt, so maybe that ain't the famous white shirt. Let's see when they start attacking. And the crazy thing is we cannot hear. I'm sure they're talking about it right now as the video is playing.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
Oh, so y'all think this is Woody right here with the white? Okay, he did have on a white shirt. Y'all think this is Woody right here, holding on for dear life? Let's go back. I don't know if that's him or not. We're gonna find out though. Hopefully. Ah, come on. The video is still live. It's still a live stream, so it's hard to keep rewinding and fast forwarding while the video is still live. We might have to just refresh it. Let me see. So y'all think this is Woody? Y'all think so? What the chat saying? Chat saying no, it don't look like him. They saying it was a different spot. That's not Woody. They saying that may be Duke. Somebody, okay, they saying Duke. Some people saying yes. I don't think so. Woody said he got jumped in the club. The person getting hit with the table looks like him to me. Woody got attacked. See, that's what I'm saying. We don't even know. That's how crazy the trial's been. We don't have audio because apparently when they show the images, the audio turns off, so we can't hear the witness. I don't know who idea that was. Okay, somebody said this is Duke at Magic City. They say Woody don't move like that. Well, maybe as he continues to testify, we'll get to the bottom of who was who. Because I think Demekion gave a statement to the police, so we should be able to hear from that statement what all happened. And the court is still on break, so we're going to jump back. Whenever they come back, let's see if we can go back one more time. But it's kind of hard to tell from this, these little videos. We can go back to the first video. Well, it looks like the person had on a hat. Oh man, this is insane. Oh yeah, I'm gonna just refresh the whole thing. Since we got time, they still on break, so we good. Okay, this person right here. Yup. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's hard to put a face to that. All right, y'all, they coming back. Let's catch back up. We're back live. So maybe we'll figure that out. That's crazy though. Oh, okay, they said the strip club. See, that's crazy that she got the story all over the place that we don't even, I'm sure the jury don't even know. Because she started talking about Crucial, then we left Crucial, we went way to Florida, talking about Donovan Thomas, and when everybody left, Young Thug had a show in Florida, and then we back, and now we're in Magic City. So y'all think it was Diamante Kendricks? Y'all think it was him? No, they don't look like him.
No, that was me, sorry. There's a rough of the court's ruling at the very least on the Daubert hearing, but I don't know that we have a rough of the actual hearing.
We have our notes, we check it right now.
All right, and everybody knew, right, that the state was at least going to offer Investigator Dennis to testify about the lyrics, right?
I did. But what I was not aware of.
Just seems like the kind of thing that if y'all wanted the court to be having looked at this, you could have given me a heads up on.
I was unaware that there would be testimony as to, oh, this is decoded messages. That was never
Well, all
discussed.
right, no, but I ruled on that and I sustained the objection on that, and Ms. Hilton understands that. So on the broader topic of, is he even qualified to testify about lyrics as a part of gang investigations, which I understand y'all now asserting that was never covered.
I'm not asserting that. What I understood was Detective Dennis, over objection, would testify, in this song, this is said. This lyric is said. That's what I believe the lyric is. That's the lyric in this song.
Right.
That's it. Now we're getting into, oh, we're sending messages.
No, we're not going to.
I understand. But that's what I was objecting
She's not
to.
right. And so is there any other objection to him being able to testify about using lyrics in his investigations, in his opinion, which is only his opinion, as to what significance that has to his investigations?
Well, I'm not waiving my objections because I've objected to it, but that's what I believed was going to be testified to. But just
Understood,
that
but I'm
limited
asking,
amount.
it seemed at the bench that some people were maybe saying, we don't believe that he was ever qualified as an expert to be able to testify to any extent about lyrics. If I'm just misunderstanding, then please correct me, but we don't need to find the hearing transcript and sort it out if y'all aren't maintaining that.
I don't think that you're incorrect. I think you're correct. That's what we said at the
Okay.
bench. And just, don't want to seem like we're being cagey about it, but it was in December of 2022.
Okay,
when we
well,
had the Daubert hearings.
it may be
just-
that the easier thing to do is to just bring him in and do this little part of it now. I don't mind doing that if y'all,
I don't want to speak for everyone else. If there is a rough of the finding
I
in the
don't know.
Daubert, perhaps that might be
Oh,
helpful.
I've looked at the finding. That doesn't,
Well, not
that-
the order.
The ruling. That appears to be just the ruling, not the actual hearing itself. I can email that to everybody.
I'm not sure.
That might be helpful.
Well, y'all can certainly look at it, but that won't take very long. And then if anybody wants, we can just have him come testify outside the jury's presence and I'll make a determination as to whether he has the necessary expertise to be able to testify in the way that was about to be asked.
And Your Honor, to be clear, it's not about the lyrics, it's about gang promotion in the music. So it's
No.
not specifically about, I think, maybe Mr. Weinstein said musicology. We're not talking about.
I know that, which is why I overruled that objection.
No, see, she's trying to slip it in because he's not only talking about gangs and how they retaliate and they write it in their music. He's going as far as to say what the music means and subliminal messages hidden within the music. And how the music is a signal to the other side about what they did to get credit for it. Like you start going in that far into it, when you start diving that deep, he could have just said they do it and sometimes they may retaliate in songs to leave it at that. But now he's going further. And now, you know, you outside your area of expertise.
A rough of the Daubert hearing. What we've got a rough of so far is some of his trial testimony. So, well, regardless. I'm going to recess for a few minutes. It looks like y'all are maybe trying to pull it up from the live stream, which is fine if you find it. But I'm going to recess while y'all do that. And if any of the defendants need to use the restroom, y'all go do that as well.
Yeah. So a Daubert hearing is basically where the judge and the parties can question the witness to see if he's qualified as an expert in a particular field. And we don't know his qualifications about lyrics and what Doug say, musicology, unless we hear from the witness. So they get the voir dire question the witness to find out how much education and training and expertise do you know about lyrics and things of that nature, where you can say what a lyric means. Because if it's subliminal, where it's supposed to be a hidden message, how do you know what it means? So I think that's what the issue is going to boil down to. Somebody said they haven't seen YSL Ponytail. I think he has other business. He's been in other courtrooms. And I think they said he had a funeral to attend. And quite frankly, he probably just need a break. He need a mental health break. That's what it is. He's tired of looking at the judge face and in love. He said, y'all know what? I need a break because I'm going to snap. And as we can tell, YSL Ponytail, you know, he be going back and forth sometimes with the judge. Like his patience is really thin. Right, and that's a good point. Just because Dennis interprets lyrics one way, that doesn't mean that's what the lyrics mean. And Dennis, you can't even solve no cases. So how you gonna try to come up here and say what something means? Go close some of them cold cases. That's what you need to be doing. Not leaving the department under suspicion and moving to another state to cause mayhem over there. And then he said it was only rap music, and I know some of y'all in the chat was like, hold on now. It's not just rap. What's that song when they say I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy? You know, stuff like that. And all other type of music genres that talk about violence. Some of it may be fictional, some of it might be true. But that don't mean that you get to come on the stand and just put your suit and tie on and try to look all professional and just tell the jury what you think something, but believe what you think you believe about the lyrics. I mean, come on. You were in the interrogation room cussing, yelling, and carrying on with Gaither. And now you got your suit and tie on, trying to be professional and the expert, and he don't want to cuss now, and now he don't want to say the N. He's saying N word. Like, where was all this energy in a room? What's going on, Mookie? Yeah, he want to throw his beliefs around, and Doug Weinstein like, hold on, bro. I said, why should we trust you? We don't even know you, bro. We don't even know you, bro. We don't even know you. You're not even from here no more. You way in Missouri. What you even talking about? You breathing too hard for us to even trust what you're saying right now. So go on somewhere. Thank y'all for stopping by. If y'all don't mind hitting the like button, all that good stuff. Most of y'all, I think, are subscribed. Y'all might, but some of y'all don't know that you have to turn on the notifications, because if you don't turn on the notifications, you won't know when we're live. Let me see if I can. Y'all know I do this demonstration all the time. Do it again. So you go here where you go subscribe. You just click there, click the bell. All real easy. And that way you get the notifications. Well, I got a little time. I want to thank y'all again. Thank you, Stephanie, again, for upgrading your membership. And the ones who became members yesterday, thank y'all. That's really kind of you. Jen R say, only thing Dennis or Gaither extras add are putting sneak targets on people's backs. What's going on, Blue Skies? Talking about they experts and they investigators. Man. Somebody said if you want to get away with some in Atlanta, you need Dennis and Gaither as your investigator. And you need Love and Hilton as your prosecutors. If you get that team, you might actually get a second chance. Oh man. You might actually get a chance. Oh man. Let me see where we at right now with the count. For the people popping in, they are approaching real quick. Yeah, he an expert on everything except what he needs to be an expert on. They had him in Atlanta to solve cases. That's not to be a clout chaser. Trying to go after high profile people. Jiggy say he a fan. He a fan. He a fan. And I don't think she good at that neither. Can be. How you teaching something that you're not practicing? And actually her course, from my understanding, is trial strategies and techniques. So no way she could be Oh, thank you, Get 'em Joe. I'll drop it in the banner. I think we already, let me see, it should be a banner already from last time, preset. Whatever happened to my other platinum member, Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones, you somewhere hiding in the bushes? I haven't seen you in a while. It's a lot of y'all I haven't seen in a while. I haven't seen Minister Fears. I haven't seen King Goddess. I think I seen Amy comment the other day. She said he an expert on lying. I haven't seen Mr. Michael. I haven't seen the Honorable Yvette Daniel. It's a lot. It's a whole lot, a whole list. They say we're taking a YouTube break. Yeah, they say, well, you haven't been on here. That's why you haven't seen nobody. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I said I got to get on. So tomorrow, supposedly, is the hearing for Moontunk Antonio Sledge. Y'all know they filed to revoke his probation. And some are saying they filed to revoke his probation. It was a good coincidence that happened around the time that he came over and spoke to Talk Their Law. But people don't understand, not only did he speak to me, he spoke to others as well. So it wasn't like we were like the first people to talk to him. And what we talked about was nothing new that wasn't already public knowledge. They should say, please go live tomorrow. Man, what's tomorrow? Let me see something. Hold on, what's going on? So they cancel all cases. Now I'm trying to see what's going on in the courtroom. Said Moonton was live last night. He ain't worried about it. Yeah, and that's what I feel too. I think he's gonna come out all right. And just to be clear, the things he said here was not, or any other platform that he's been on, including his own platform. None of that is in the motion to revoke his probation. They didn't say, hey, we're revoking your probation because you are talking to this person, talking to that person, talking to your own channel. You're selling T-shirts with the lead prosecutor name crossed out. How she know that's her name? Love been around way before she was a thought in this world. It just say love. But in any event, but the way the plea deal was structured, it was so much. I wanted to cover it yesterday, but it was just so much in the plea, so much technical stuff. Oh, y'all, we back. Stephen said, he said, I'm not your child, love. Watch how you handle me. Watch how you talk to me. You better find you somebody to play with, because I'm not the one or the two or the three or the four. All right, y'all.
Wait, now, Mr. Shard.
Yes, they just went outside to get.
Well, Mr. Butts is here.
Is he here? I didn't even see him.
Go ahead.
I proceed?
Yes, please do.
So understanding the court's ruling in regards to Detective Dennis not being able to testify about subliminal messages or anything like that. And just going really to the basic issue of what he was qualified for. I'm just going to take my direction from the transcript that was thankfully sent to us by Ms. Pressfield, as well as the court's actual order. Let me say first that the Daubert hearings were held initially back in December of 22, but I think Detective Dennis, if I'm remembering correctly, was one of those who we weren't able to do then, so he may have been in 2023.
Okay.
That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise. And so if we're relying on what the court ordered or what the court ruled, I look at page 6 of the court, and I know you have it in front of you.
I do.
The court's order, which was drafted by the state.
It's adopted by the court, though, so that's
Right.
really neither here nor there. Go ahead.
Right. And so I just know that there is nothing in there where he is qualified to testify about anything in regards to any lyrics, in regards to interpretation of rap lyrics, nothing in regards to his training or his qualification thereof. So we'd maintain our position that he is not qualified to testify about what the state intends to qualify.
I thought that what y'all were looking back at was the live stream of the Daubert hearing.
We couldn't find it.
Okay. Well, the order on page 5 says that Detective Dennis also, quote, has extensive experience in evaluating their social media and communication practices, unquote. So if nobody can answer for me one way or another what it covered,
It's not music.
and you maintain that you don't think it covered this, or you don't know what it covered, I'm happy to just have him come in here and let's
Just
hear
do it
his
right now.
expertise on that.
Do it right
and
now.
Go on with it.
We're fine, because
All right.
we do not accept that when the court says communication patterns, that they're talking specifically about rap lyrics.
Right.
That's our position.
I don't know. Let's get him in here.
Right.
If nobody can remember.
That's not music, right? They trying to
And we
stretch
don't have a
it.
transcript. Yeah, I need the detective, please.
Yeah, Judge, don't be doing no.
And Ms. Hilton, did either of y'all handle the Daubert on this witness?
No, Your Honor. And what he was qualified in is a gang expert. And I am positive he talked about how gang
Were
members
you
use
there?
music.
Were
I
you
was-
there
I was
for it?
present.
Okay.
And
And
how,
is this from your memory?
this is from my memory, how music can play a role in gang promotion, how music can play a role in gang,
With a
in the
transcript.
promotion of the gang. And
No,
that
ma'am.
is what we're talking about. We're not talking about lyrics and musicology, but how does music play a role in
He said, just talk to
Do you
him.
recall the Daubert hearing involving you in this case?
Okay, so basically what she's doing now, he just heard Hilton say that. So now he has the answers for the test that the judge is about to ask him for.
Yes.
Do you remember whether you testified to your expertise and experience in terms of looking at lyrics and songs and using those in your
Oh my goodness.
gang investigations?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Given that, anybody want to voir dire
Yes.
him on
Yes.
that topic, not his expertise, but whether he in fact testified about that already
Yes.
in the Daubert hearing?
Can I say
Yeah.
something else? We talked about lyrics the last time I was here with the halftime song, me and Mr. Adams. Also, the last time I testified, the second time.
Is it going to be anything beyond that? That same type of testimony?
No, that's it, Your Honor. I mean, it is how do gangs use music, period.
No.
What's your question going to be?
Whether or not he is qualified to do any interpretation of music, rap lyrics as relates to his expertise in gangs. Not whether or not he's familiar with communication patterns of gangs, but specifically whether he can look at a particular rap lyric and make any interpretation about what that means to gangs, specifically in regards to this case.
Is that something that was already covered in the Daubert hearing?
Yes.
All right, we're not going to recover it. I mean, I don't have any reason to not believe this witness.
That ain't how you handle that.
Understood.
Okay. Let's get the jury,
And
well, honestly, we
Maintain,
should just
I'll-
let the jury go out to lunch at this point. How long are we going to be with this witness?
Your Honor, probably about another hour, hour and a half at that.
All right. Do we know whether lunches are here yet? They're not. All right.
All right, after continued objection in regards to that, please.
Okay. Let's get the jury back in.
This is crazy. Because he said, "Oh yeah, I remember," which is crazy. He don't remember anything else. So when the defense attorneys cross-examine him, he should know everything. He don't have any notes. He don't have any reports. He just going by memory because apparently he lost his reports.
Laura.
This is insane. But what's going to happen? I'm sure social media is on it. They're going to go find that hearing date. They're going to go find that YouTube stream. I'll still object. As soon as he starts talking about it, I'll keep objecting throughout his whole testimony. As soon as he starts saying what music means, objection, objection. They're gonna remember my objections more than anything he's saying. I'll tell you that. I think we're caught all the way up.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Hilton, you and just one member of the defense approach.
Now she didn't wait for the jury to come in. She waited for the jury to come in. Now she's trying to clean it up off camera. But that's not how a Daubert hearing works, because if he was not qualified in that field, we have no proof he's qualified in that field. We don't have the transcript. The only thing we know is they relied on his memory. And the defense attorneys are entitled to question him about his qualifications.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to get you back out here only to tell you that I'm going to release you for lunch. I sort of had a thought about something when y'all were on the way out that I think we need to probably take care of before we continue with the testimony of this witness. So I'm going to release y'all for lunch, and if y'all could be back at 1:15, please. Thank you.
Wow. So I guess when the jury leaves, we're probably going to stay a little bit longer and cover what her thought was. But yeah, this is getting crazy. Because she literally just trampled over their rights to a Daubert hearing about this topic.
Okay, you can go ahead and be seated. So actually, in the last like 2 seconds, Ms. Persefield has received the rough of the Daubert hearing. So she's going to send that out to everybody. And if it's already resolved, then it's resolved and we can all just go to lunch. If not, we'll stick around here, do that little bit of a Daubert hearing, and then go to lunch. So just give us a few seconds, or well, a few minutes.
Now, so now we finna see what's in that transcript.
So honestly, you know what? Ms. Percifield, how about you be looking and why don't we just go ahead and do our mini Daubert?
Your Honor, we found
Yeah.
it
She's-
online.
she's
too.
gonna
I'll
do-
share it if you want to do it that way too.
Oh, if you found it and we have an answer, great.
No. We have the YouTube position.
Oh.
Didn't watch it yet.
How long? I mean, I would imagine it's pretty long, right?
I have it, but I didn't see the length.
Unless that's searchable. You were here for an hour?
Yes, in my job here.
Okay. I don't think it's,
Wasn't here long.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah. So now she want to have the hearing.
most of the time. So if you give
for
me,
like words?
yes, if
That's
you-
amazing.
if you give me a few minutes,
Okay.
we'll know if this one is searchable.
Did you send it to me?
Wow. So apparently now the ju-
Somebody be looking at the transcript that we have and
Can you share the YouTube link with the state? Thank you.
yeah, I think it just takes a minute on our internet for things to get.
wow. See? And this is what she should have did at first. And that was my. Oh, is that Steele's wife? That's Brian Steele's wife. Y'all see her? And y'all know she's an attorney too. So he said, hold on, pull up. Yeah, and that what my argument with the judge was. You rush that process. They are entitled to have a hearing to know whether he's qualified or not. You can't just say, "Oh, I believe him. He already testified to it," without a transcript. And then she asked Ms. Hilton, "Do you remember it?" If you don't remember it and you have no record, the best thing to do is just have another. It don't take nothing but a few minutes to question the witness about his qualifications and just do it over again to be safe.
Detective Dennis clearly testified about lyrics and understanding what's going on in the music and it maybe just meaning something to the average listener and other people to other things to members in a gang. So well, what I'm looking at is page 51, but this was covered and he was qualified. So
Well,
I'm satisfied.
well, if that's the case, that's fine. But you were trying to do it before you had any official record.
51, 52, 41.
She was just relying on his
55.
independent memory.
$16. All right, so he's qualified. We're breaking for lunch. See y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank y'all.
Yeah, so see in order to give the defendants a right to a fair trial, that's all she had to do at first is confirm. Get the transcripts, get the YouTube video. You don't just ask the witness, do you remember, or ask Hilton, do you remember? And if you don't have no official way of knowing for sure, just have a few minutes and just question him again about his qualifications. Get that out the way, and that way you will be safe. And I think she had that realization at the last minute that, oh, I better back up. They probably had the transcript all along. But once they found out that the transcript actually says what they needed to say, that he was qualified, then, oh, we found it. Yeah. All right, y'all. What I'm gonna do is just drop the link real quick. Anybody that want to come up and have something to say. If not, then guess we're gonna be taking a lunch break. Thank y'all again for liking the video. If y'all don't mind liking it so it can circulate through the algorithm. Somebody said he lied too much. Somebody said he got his suits in 2015. Yeah, she trusts him way too much. In fact, let me put it in a banner. I'm gonna create a banner real quick, so we'll come back at lunch. Let me see. What time she say? 1:15 Eastern. Let's see if we can do that. All right, y'all. So I guess we'll take a lunch, and then I'll see y'all back for the people that can make it at 1:15 Eastern time, and my time Central is 12:15. All right, y'all. I'm gonna post so if anybody pop in, I'll just leave the stream up, and that way I don't have to restart a whole nother one. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all back. All right, thank y'all. All right, y'all. We just waiting on the court so we should be starting soon. Gonna Jiggy. Jiggy popped up right on the dot. Shut the Jiggy. Let's go on 313, the best side, King Goddess. Yeah. Okay, I think
He's not already qualified with that degree of specificity.
Oh. What's up, G? Hey, are you gonna be around for a minute? Okay.
Yeah, I'll be around for a little second. What's the word with you, man?
Oh, good. We just listening to some more live that's getting ready to go on.
Whichever
Oh
one.
yeah, pop back over there if you're still here, if you can.
Yes, sir.
All right.
As a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigations?
Yes.
How did it come up in your investigation?
A lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, do gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes.
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
Yes.
I think it's, if you could focus more on what his training and experience with regard to that is.
Sure. Tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't investigating the music, we were investigating the crime, and the music came up, or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that. And that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit would you say music came up in your investigation?
A lot, like a percentage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even, 75% to 100%. I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
More than 10. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment.
What?
And how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that is through entertainment. Same thing with music.
If you could tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his
movies
teaching other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
So again, over the course of your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with, may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had any, you yourself training specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music, or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends, and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
A word salad. He just talking in circles. Boy, you don't know nothing. Go solve your cases. Talking about he watching movies. Did he quote Boys in the Hood?
All right, does anybody?
Oh,
have
here we go.
questions?
Yes.
Buddy said he ain't know gang colors till he seen colors. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right?
Okay.
I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature? Is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
No.
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the
Wait. They're trying to make a PowerPoint?
my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops, and educating them. In the gang unit, a lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments. When I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you
Yes,
talking
sir.
about magazines?
I'm talking about books. I'm talking about learned treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like
Training materials.
He
None
ain't
of
got that.
No.
Magazines. We might use any hip hop magazine, or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something along that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of gang, they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right. And what specific information? Here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective. I'm really not trying to trick you or anything.
Okay.
But I want to know specifically, is there a book? Is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words "my own background" is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies.
Mhm.
So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society? Yes.
Yes.
Right. Looking at the movie Boys in the Hood.
Oh
Yes.
my
And
goodness.
you're saying that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies, is where I formulated my opinion.
Oh man, come on. This boy ain't got no
Have
knowledge.
there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right, have there been any, for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or a lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics
No.
and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. So, and then has a part
Nothing from
of
the state. Redirect can only be from the state,
what you
stupid.
have done,
Hold on right quick, Jiggy, because your background kind of
how does
loud.
that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What-
The music and the lyrics.
From listen, I'm a rap fan myself.
Oh,
From listening to
Jiggy
music
said
and
that.
watching movies, videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Is that's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said.
It's not what that
Everyday person
means.
does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay. All right. Once again,
Yeah, expert on what down bad means.
training and experience. He can
Hold on,
testify as an
Jiggy.
expert as to
Yo, I don't know if it's your mic or
maybe
what.
a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine whether they,
And
believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge
He don't.
beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same life experiences as him, but that's not what the purpose of
I
the
understand. I'm
what
not
the purpose
basing
of-
it just on where he grew up. It's
Right, but-
his training and experience as a gang investigator.
He ain't got no
Specifically in
training.
regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words
That's
that are
crazy.
set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in here.
She said, hold on. She said words that
And
what?
This just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in here.
Yeah,
Man,
shit.
so he didn't watch some TV shows and he said he a fan, he listening. He might be a fan of Young Thug. That's why he want to be there prosecuting this case and testifying, but it's just crazy. And then they say, well, I read books. I taught classes. You teaching classes ain't telling us how you got the knowledge yourself. And then he asked him about the class. Well, I don't have the material with me.
Goddamn shame.
Well, you taught the class 10 times, so you ought to know it by memory. You know everything else by memory. Jiggy, is there a way you can turn your mic down? It sounds like it's the background, like it comes in loud.
Nah, hold on. I think I gotta switch from my headphones from my phone. Hold up.
Okay. If not, you can just jump in whenever we have a break, so they don't have that feedback noise. Let me see. He said he was a fan of Thugs. Okay.
It's better now.
Now, if this might be your
It's better now.
background, yeah, it's still loud and the echo. We, but you good though. We can just jump in whenever there's a break, so we don't talk over the feedback, the audio. This judge is somebody said this judge is ignorant. This is crazy, crazy work. So Jiggy, you had said that at 8 this morning. You said he's a fan, he's a fan, he's a fan. What do you mean or meant by that when you said that?
He said that himself. Like he said he was a fan of Young Thug the first time he testified.
Oh, okay,
And
that's
this
what
how
somebody.
based off his testimony at first, like he not only a Young Thug though, like he had this strange allure about him about the whole Young Thug. I'm sorry, not the Young Thug, the Lil Wayne bus shooting. Like it just had a weird little allure to.
Oh,
But he
okay.
definitely admitted he was a fan of Young Thug too.
Oh, okay, so that's what Tia just said that he was a fan. Oh, thank you so much. Now that's nice. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. So whoever got these 5 memberships in the chat, if y'all don't mind telling Lou Rose 7639, thank you. That's really kind to do that. Actually, let me see if I can tell.
Let's get it, Dennis.
Oh, I mean me.
Before we go back to where we left off at, just a few questions, just a few additional questions. You talked about during your investigation back in 2015, you were able to go to social media and pull things from social media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And even after 2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1TT and 544Y. Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first State's Exhibit 1TT?
Yes.
And did you pull that from social media?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
Yes.
Here, this time, say like the State's Exhibit 1TT into evidence. 1TT into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And then also looking at State's Exhibit 544Y, is that a picture?
What Mad Max just did on.
The Instagram of whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
and is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time the state like the tender states about 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a
sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now, or I can approach before it's published.
Yes, go ahead and approach now.
So I guess the 5 people that received the memberships are not in here. I didn't see anybody tell her thank you. But that's really nice, Lou Rose. Let me see who was the people that got it. Maybe they're not here. I'm not sure how that works. I think YouTube randomly picks the people for the memberships. But GNR, Politicking with Mel,
Nah, I
Big
think
Homie
you got
Slit, Minister Fears, and Kiki.
you got to be active in the chat for you to get gifted.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really nice. So thank you. And I think you got to have your settings on where you can receive memberships.
Yeah, that too.
I'm going to also show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 545Y?
Yes.
And what is it State's Exhibit 545Y?
It's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay. And was that also pulled in, appear to be have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 545Y into evidence.
Just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted, all of the objections that were made before are preserved, and as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to. Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
This is a small world.
Exhibit 543Y.
Yeah, I think she said she had to run earlier, but tell her thank you. Tell your daughter thank you so much, and thank you as well for being so kind to 5 people in the chat. Hey, who is this? And I explained this earlier to the people that wasn't here, but when they go to images, for some reason, we lose audio in the court. So on none of these screens, we can hear what's going on when they're showing the pictures, which is crazy. So hopefully the networks can get that fixed.
Yo. Fucked
What
up.
this- I can't believe this witness talking about he listened to music and watch movies, and that makes him an expert, and the judge went along with it.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 1 TT, why was
See, man, they gotta fix that. Because as long as this image is up, we won't know what's being said in the court. All right, so we don't even know what happened. It could be a motion for a mistrial or what. We don't know because the audio keeps turning out. Yeah, Law Malcolm, we said that earlier in the chat that we think look at Glanville's dog barking. Y'all hear Glanville's dog? Let's go back.
Mr. Weinstein.
Uh-oh. Let's see. Is it a motion for a mistrial?
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Wow, what was said?
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
Yeah, intention.
Sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out
Oh
of
no.
our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if we can.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that, and I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless,
intention.
it happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Oh man, we need the audio. Oh. Okay, Chad, we got some homework to do. We need to figure out what was said. I don't know why. See, when the trials first started, we can hear everything. Even when images were put up, we can still hear the witness's testimony as well as the prosecutor when they ask questions. But now we can't even figure out what was said. And she told me that wasn't her intention. That doesn't matter what your intentions were. If something was said to poison the jury pool, the jury, I mean, you messed up. So we got to figure out what was said. Oh, Jiggy, let me let you jump in right quick. If you had something you wanted to add since we got a break.
So yeah, her intention definitely don't matter if the objection was against what the witness said.
Yeah, intentions. She gonna give him a chance. I mean, it's almost as if
She done gave him
him
unlimited chances. They ran out of chances.
Yeah, it's almost like they can't do no wrong. So we're like, what? So let me hop on. Let me see, maybe Twitter. I'm trying to see who in the courtroom today. That's what everybody asking online. What was said? I'm trying to figure out now. Yeah, but Thugger Daily hasn't said anything yet, which, they probably have to type it up. So it might take a second. But that was the judge's fault. I mean, if we really look at it, the man said he listened to rap. He grew up in that environment and he watched movies. And that made him an expert. And the judge said, okay, what could possibly hold on. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong with his qualifications? Go ahead, Jiggy.
Nah, I forget what I was about to say, but I think it was something like it's really not the judge's fault.
Oh, it's let me see.
You trying to go back and look at it?
No, I can't go back. It's not something we can go back to because it was never streamed through the networks like Fox and Law and Crime. They didn't stream it. But from my understanding, it appears as if he mentioned from Twitter that, okay, I believe he mentioned that Kendrick was in prison or got out of prison. Oh, okay. Somebody else said this. Okay, Twitter. He mentioned something about coming out of prison. This is insane. All right, I'm gonna go back to the Yeah, it's a lot of buzz on Twitter right now about it. Let me see. Yeah, they need somebody to go off on them. See, they don't know about. It was cut on the other streams too. I checked for other. Yeah, so it's not that it's any particular YouTube channel. It's actually the network themselves. The person in the courtroom with the camera. The way they have it set up is when exhibits are shown, the camera sound cuts out. So that means nobody would know what was said unless you were actually sitting in the courtroom. But yeah, I mean, do we think she's gonna grant a mistrial? Be for real? Absolutely not. Somebody say, "Where's Tia going?" Tia gonna know for sure. Shout out to Tia for becoming a member yesterday, but she always looked out for the channel behind the scenes. So thank you so much, Tia. Lou Rose said that the intent wasn't to buy all the baby oil in the store, but I did. When I tell you Johnson and Johnson, I don't have money as high as a mountain. As much as they say baby oil was selling out, and one person was keeping them in business, apparently, allegedly. Auntie said that he said, yeah, got out of prison. Thank you, Miss D, for the super chat. Thank you so much. He mentioned Kendrick coming out of prison. That's kind of you. Thank you. This is crazy. Oh man. Somebody said Sylvia's in the courtroom. So shout out to Miss Sylvia for seeing the stuff that we can't see and hearing the stuff we can't hear. He told the jury the defendant is currently in prison. The jury don't know that the defendants are in custody. Yeah, and that is why defendants don't wear prison jumpsuits to trial. Because it'll make it hard for the jury to think you're innocent when they're looking over there at you when you're already in stripes or you're in orange or whatever other color. So it defeats the presumption of innocence because you're not guilty until a verdict comes back. So you're still presumed innocent even right now. So for them to see them in chains or in cuffs and custody can really sway the jury. So they're not supposed to know, even though unofficially they may know that the judge denied bail for 3 years, but they're not supposed to legally know. And now that they do, I bet you they finna bring in love. Pawnee herself might come down and jump up and down in her pink dress if the judge try to grant a mistrial. Oh yeah, she gonna give another dumb instruction. So for those that's popping in, the state that messed up again. What's new? What's new? And see, a lot of people was in an uproar about Miss Sylvia, this and that. But look, she in the courtroom. So now the public at large is dependent on her to tell us what we can't see and hear right now. So I know it was big fuss, back in the day. And I was like, she's a journalist, whether an official one or freelance, whatever the case may be, still freedom of the press. She has a right to be there. So I'm glad that she's there to bring us the information that we won't know. And I see a lot of people are saying that what she's saying. That's the witness said something he had no business saying, and he knew better. Monica said he knew better, and he said it anyway. No. And and don't the chickens come home to roost? That's the old way of saying. Don't karma spin the block. Because you can't say, oh, I didn't know any better. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say that. Right after you just qualified yourself as this almighty expert. No, you an expert, right? The judge agreed you an expert. So you should have known not to get up there and say that these defendants are in custody. Or anything connected to it, going to prison, getting out of prison. So they might actually come back to bite them. Oh, man. See, if the judge would have nipped it in the bud at the beginning and said, no, you can testify to everything else, we're going to stay away from the rap lyrics because we don't think there's enough qualifications. He said, oh, yeah, I read some books. I went here, I went there, I took a class. What class? Who? What publication? What literature? What writings do you have to support this? And he's sitting there like, oh, I don't know. And that's who y'all got trying to solve cases in Atlanta. And he should have left well enough alone, talking about his classes and he teaching, but he went as far as to say, I listen to the music, I grew up there and I watched Menace to Society and what's the other one? Boys in the Hood. Sir, get off the stand. Get the door. Find the closest door and politely exit and never show your face in Atlanta again. I'm surprised St. Louis to even keep you. But now that I think about it, isn't the current police chief of I'm not sure. I don't know. Is it St. Louis or where is the Young Dolph at? Where was Young Dolph trial? Because I know a police chief from Atlanta Red Dog Unit is a police chief over there. It's the lady. I think her name was C.J. Davis or something. Memphis. Oh, okay. I was like, maybe he went over there. Maybe she gave him a job. I don't know. But a lot of times, a lot of these officers, they leave and they spread out, and then they bring their buddies and their friends with them once they get there. It's easy for them to get a job. But now, if I was his employer, I'd be looking like, bro, this. I'll be looking at his numbers. What's your rate? Your I don't know what they call it. Your solvent rate. Your how many cases that you actually close? Because this is embarrassing for him to get on the stand and think that that was acceptable. Apparently, it was acceptable to Whitaker because she allowed it. Did she, by law, have to give them time for case law? Well, they get flexibility on that. They can control the manner and mode of the trial. So technically, she can recess for the day and say it's enough and just come back tomorrow. So I don't think that that'll be an issue about them getting time to look up some law, but I thought he said that about Thor. I thought he said that about well, it don't matter, Thor. All of them in Atlanta. Clean house. Clean house. But the judge, she just really just rubbed me the wrong way today. Even before this, when she was allowing to just say he was an expert without even verifying the record that he was actually confirmed as an expert, she was just going to take his word for it. Right, throw out his testimony, throw him off the stand, strike it from the record, and rebuke him. What did he tell Love? She said, Love, I rebuke you. R.I.P. to Sonia Massey. What she said? I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. That's what she told that officer. And Judge Whitaker rebuked D.A. Love. She said, I rebuke you. And then what Love come back in there and do it all over again. She came back and did it all over again. I don't think it was a solid week before she was in trouble again. So now Hilton's on the phone. You know how they talk. She calling Love now, girl, he's stupid. You know they be cussing. Then went up on the stand and sat there in jail. And Love, what, he said that? What we gonna do? I don't know. Find me some case law. So I'm sure everybody in the DA's office scrambling. They all scrambling trying to find some case law. Or they so sneaky in the DA's office, it could be another version to that conversation. Hey, you know what we had told him? We had told Dennis to slip it in that they were in jail, but we didn't know that they were gonna make a big deal about it. And Dennis slipped it in randomly. Why would he slip that in with the guy standing on top of a car? Let's go back to that picture. What was it? He's standing on top of a car. When was that the time to say they were in jail or in prison? Oh, I thought he was on top of a car. Maybe it's a different picture. Oh, okay, he was on top of a car. That one. And then I think it was another one with them inside the car. Yeah. So we're back. We're still waiting. They're not back yet. We're back live all the way to the end. Oh man, yeah, I don't even know. Anthony said rebuke him. And now the judge might need some rebuking. What is she in the back saying finally? That'll be some wild stuff. Jiggy left off to say. I didn't know if he wanted to, if he had something he wanted to add. Well, normally what you do, you're trying to find similar circumstances or situations where it happened before, and then you can kind of take guidance from that. So if another trial, this happened where it was mentioned that a defendant was in custody, what happened in that instance? What did the court say? What did the appeals court say? The Supreme Court? What is we call it the holding of the court. What is the current ruling on that? That don't mean the court can't change their mind in the future, but what is the ruling right now? And to give guidance to the lower courts, which are the trial courts. Oh yeah, so I'm sure the defense now. Yeah. And then on top of that, Steele's wife is there. So they have more hands on deck. They can, she can help research, or she can call their law firm, because I believe they work together, and get the team looking up case law. Let's see. Brittany, so apparently the detective on the stand, Detective Dennis, mentioned that the defendant or one of the defendants is either currently in custody or was previously in custody. And that's frowned upon because you don't want the jury to know about anyone being in custody, because it will take away the presumption of innocence. And you don't want the jury to think, well, if the judge hasn't let them out on bond, then they must be guilty of something. They're still in jail. It can take away the presumption of innocence. And they are still presumed innocent until they are not. And right now, there's no guilty verdict. So obviously, they're still presumed to be innocent. So he mentioned that, one of them or all of them in jail. And now Doug Weinstein, the attorney for Diamante Kendrick, moved for a mistrial, as he rightfully should have. And he's even trying to spare Hilton. He's even saying, the question that was asked by Hilton, whatever the question is, it did not solicit the response of they in jail. It's like me, it's like me telling you, hey, what y'all had for lunch? Yeah, but Diamante in jail. Like what? So Weinstein said he don't think Hilton's question prompted that response. I mean, unless she told him to slip it in whenever you think you can. But nevertheless, it still is a violation of my client's rights, and I have to move for a mistrial. Well, I won't be doing my job right. Doug Weinstein won't be doing his job right if he doesn't move for a mistrial, and the appeals court won't consider it in the future if it's not a part of the record that he at least tried to move for a mistrial. Somebody said Attorney Hilton is probably asking ChatGPT, Alexa, Google, Lexus, and comma. Well, now Lexus, Nexus, and Westlaw, those usually are the legal research tools that most attorneys to try to run to. Oh, that's funny. If Judge Witt does not allow a mistrial, then I believe this is a simple railroad job against Watts. I mean, even by her last statement before she got off the bench, she was already trying to clean it up. She said it's me on LexisNexis right now. See, the judge was already trying to clean it up.
Wait, sorry, do we have everybody?
Oh, here we go.
No, we don't. Yes, we do now. Okay. No, we don't. Yeah, I know. What is the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for a mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor. Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reasoning for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case. I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and moved for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm gonna skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement. Sorry. The other evidence in the case, and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. and they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owen's passing reference to Swim's incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swim's mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swim's crimes in West Virginia beyond a single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture? The state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the actions taken by the actions taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the courts. Was the reference isolated and brief, and whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictments, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in count 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
All right.
And we have instructed our witness, pass that as well.
Ms. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was seasoned officer.
Yeah, no, I looked. It's not.
It's
It
an
was a fellow
inmate, right? And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152 Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here, I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts.
That's what it say.
It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right.
She gonna
Any
correct
last
it.
words by the state? Well, actually, never mind. It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words.
You on their side
All right,
anyway.
I think
They don't need no
I am
that.
finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state.
Of course.
However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it.
Limited
It is,
instruction.
however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion.
Yeah, right.
But given that this jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So
Thank you.
he's done.
That's what I was thinking. Show him
All
the
right.
door.
What I am proposing to say as an instruction is defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
She's so wishy-washy.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would also then, because we didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine, so it would be a confrontation clause. It would be reversible error. So I'm moving.
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the two
Yes.
times before?
Let's
All
strike-
right,
let's
so
strike his
we're gonna
testimony.
strike everything
Yes,
he
that's
said
right.
today.
And
All right.
the notes, just like you did before, all the notes, they have
Just
to go
strike
back,
it.
give them to the court if you don't mind, put them under seal, or that's what I remember you doing, but whatever you did with them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert me on the court if you
Yeah.
don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we could just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No,
No,
I
he
guess you
gone.
can ask, and the answer is no.
Sit down.
But I don't
The
think that-
answer is no. You
Sit
can
down.
make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that he and my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was
Sit
a
down.
one-time
I know.
infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask,
Nope.
we understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because
No.
of one mistake. Like this was one
It's a big
mistake that he
mistake.
made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now, but all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor. But given that this was one moment in time, the state is going to ask that we will stop question. If that's the sanction that the state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take that sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
That was one mistake that he made.
Doug, don't talk.
Very short. in
She's
time.
gonna say no.
All right,
We would just
understood.
ask.
Do
Our
I need to
ruling
respond to that,
stands.
Your
Her
Honor?
ruling
Don't want
stand.
to.
Nope,
Thank you.
don't talk. There you go. Don't talk.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits admitted through this gentleman need to be taken back under seal
Yeah.
as well and disregarded by the jury, please.
I agree. I think we said that about when we were in the break. Find the closest exit and kick him out and send him back to St. Louis where he belongs. Not to never show his face in Atlanta again. The judge must be watching. The judge watching the stream. The judge is watching the stream, y'all. But they happy too. She's sick. We knew the judge wasn't going
Do
to
you have
grant
another witness
mistrial.
available?
We going home for the day.
Yes, Your Honor. We're
Okay.
trying to figure that out.
All right. Go ahead and
Oh
get
yeah,
them
she's
warmed up.
she is sick.
Your Honor, I have one question.
What?
Is retired investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm
No.
not sure if the state had planned on that or not, or if your sanction would bar that as well.
Oh, no.
Why would he
won't be
come back?
returning.
Thank you,
Right.
Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
Why would he come back? Who wanted to know
Unless
that?
you'd like for me to have him come back and
Right.
admonish him.
Mm-mm.
But I'm not going to do it in front of the jury because I don't think we need to highlight it further.
Yeah, do that part.
Okay.
Admonish him.
I kind of would like to tell him he should have known better. though.
Yeah, tell
Y'all
him.
can just relay that.
No.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your
Ah.
Honor, and I'd like to renew my motion for mistrial prior to the next question.
All right. It is denied.
Man, that would have been some good content. Admonish
Okay.
him.
Do you
Rebuke
have another
him.
witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes?
Rebuke him.
Okay.
Oh, we would have had him rebuke, y'all. We were just saying that she need to rebuke him like love. We just said that. That would have been good. Right. Talking about you tell him. See, that's the problem. That's why it's good to have a lot of credibility built up with the court. Now, had this been the first incident, the judge probably more relaxed. You know, somebody didn't know any better. You tell them, hey, don't do this because this happens when you do that. Okay. But they've been doing this consistently over and over again, time after time, the state, under the direction of Fonnie Willis and DA Love. They've been messing up. They've been warned. The judge made them take classes. And nothing's stopped them from repeating the same mistakes. I mean, in fact, it was encouraged by their boss. Fonnie Willis said, there's nothing you can do that would cause you to lose your job as long as I'm the elected district attorney. So when you say stuff like that, you're letting Love know she has full authority to act a fool. Judge Whitaker giving her full authority to act a fool because she's not going to grant a mistrial. What's she gonna do? Pop him on the hand, say stop, don't do that. So now, throw out his whole testimony. Throw out the fact that he's supposedly a gang expert. He came in there with his suit and tie. Oh, believe me, look at me. I know. I watch the movies. I listen to rap. And Judge Whitaker, this is on you too, because you granted his testimony to come in as an expert. You granted that, you allowed it, and look what you caused. And now, all of his testimony threw out. Judge said we don't even get to see his face anymore. But I really wish they would have brought him in there and gave him a strong rebuking. So he'd know when he get back on the plane and fly all the way back to St. Louis looking a fool, he'll know not to go down there causing harm to them people in Missouri or Tennessee, wherever he at. And we already know Love, y'all remember she got into it with Judge Glanville. They were arguing back and forth. And the judge was like, I'm going to exclude it. Y'all remember Judge Glanville said that? He said, I'm excluding. And she fussed with him. And he had to bring the jurors out. He had to really tell her to stop. He told her she was unprepared. And then you had Paige get on Love for being unprepared, unprofessional. So it's not me saying it, Law Malcolm. It's not me saying it. Their own friends saying it. Yeah, I said friends. Glanville and Whitaker favored the prosecution. We all know it. And look, yeah, you got that part right too. The judge and Hilton are on the same team. Definitely on the same team. You ain't never lied with that. Yeah, Love did talk to Glanville like he was a child because he was allowing it. And I think that was because he was letting her get her way so much that she became so used to it that she thought that she can push it back. Imagine having a small child and you let them get away with stuff all their lives, and then when they get 15, 16 years old, now all of a sudden you want to discipline them and tell them no, or right from wrong. Yeah, let me know how that works out. They're gonna definitely push back, and that's exactly what Love did. She pushed back. I mean, she clowned. She jumped up and down and argued with Glanville. Yeah, let's see. We might can find that clip while we got a break. No, I don't put no weight into that. For all I know, he later on he probably went back and changed his mind and gave her what she wanted. I wouldn't be shocked. That just, theater for us. Tia said Judge Whitaker called Fonnie on break to let her know her team effed up. Fonnie told her she better not grant a mistrial before the election. Allegedly. I agree, Miss Alice Smith. The DA will try to slip in anything and everything that they can. Well, I guess that will be the issue. Because if the prosecutors did not do it intentionally, and I believe that everybody was in agreement that Hilton did not do it intentionally, including Doug Weinstein and the judge, then yes, it could be possible that it'll just be a normal mistrial and the state can retry them. And I'm sure nobody wants that, because if they can get retried, I'm sure Young Thug don't want to sit in jail another 3 years. But you still have to ask for a mistrial. But I believe the best thing, if she was to grant a mistrial for Diamante, man, maybe you could just sever him, cut him off the case, and he can have his own separate trial later on again. That'll be a bad idea, because you won't have your powerhouse team of attorneys helping you out. So they probably didn't want a mistrial, but you still have to ask for it for the record for the appeals court. Right. Why didn't they leave him alone? He already testified 2 other times. Why are y'all keep calling him back? Now, when you called him back a third time, now his credibility is shot. So not only are they the jury in their minds going to strike everything he said today, they're going to go back and remember what he said the last 2 times he testified and say, you know what, we're going to throw that out too. See, that'll be a tough one because I don't know if they'll say that his right was violated if a mistrial is declared and he has another trial. Oh, Jen R say thank you for the gift and membership. Thank you for saying thank you, Jen. I figured the people that got the memberships are not in right now or probably busy. But thank you again to Miss Lou Rose 7639 for gifting 5 memberships. So if y'all are already in the chat and y'all one of those people, if y'all don't mind telling Miss Lou Rose, thank you. And she's the mother of one of our other members. Oh, here we
Why
go.
is the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, why is that already in before the jury? That wasn't bifurcated?
It was not bifurcated, Your Honor.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, but my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated, and it was denied. Is my recollection. And so,
My bad, y'all.
Okay, what is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird. I mean, there has to be some reason, but, oh, that,
87,
okay,
189.
well, $189. Okay, that explains it. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay. Where'd my instruction go? Okay, thank you.
This is so. I want to see the jury faces when they find out another witness has been kicked out the courtroom. That's crazy.
Okay, which actually then has to change my instruction as to the rest of them too.
You caused this though, Paige. You caused this. We were yelling at you in the chat. Don't do it. Look at Atkins. They calling Atkins. Bonnie on their phone. Atkins, what the?
In order to be correct, my instruction would be his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to overt act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's the defense preference, everybody other than Mr. Kendrick? You know what I'm asking? Yes.
I don't know
So
what that
I was
means.
going to say that his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants or any of the charges against them, but that's not actually true if it's an overt act. And so do you want me to just not say anything at all about the other defendants, or say it shouldn't be considered against any of them except to the extent it might be relevant to their determination of overt act 189?
Mm-mm,
Your
not
Honor, I
that.
thought we
Definitely
discussed
not
this.
that.
The overt act is coming in as an admission by Mr. Kendrick, which violates our confrontation clause right. That's the instruction the state was supposed to give to you when they were talking about the same thing,
Right, the
overt act.
conviction itself.
Right.
In that,
So that would insulate us, not Mr. Kendrick, of that overt act. And that's the instruction I tried to do. I cannot formulate it. And you asked the state to do it. It goes
yeah,
to Mr.
I mean, I'd
Ryan.
love for both of you to at least come up with your best effort on it. So
So it does not apply to Mr. Matthews, Miss
any of the rest
Williams,
of them,
right.
basically. But so I know.
Wow, y'all, this is crazy.
But I think, yeah,
This is insanity. Who that man is Pastor?
I may just continue speaking. That's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction, Mr. Stillwell's conviction, there might be one more, the guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial. Because somebody like me, Mr. Williams, not a convicted felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify.
Wow.
And I don't believe that a limiting instruction will be fashioned. That's my belief.
That's why having a trial with multiple defendants is always a bad idea.
and y'all are planning to prove those as to the defendant who's convicted with their convictions, but are you doing anything beyond that?
No, Your Honor, and I think that was what Ms. Love was working on as far as crafting instruction, that it only goes against the defendant whose conviction, it only goes against that defendant, not the other.
Even as an overt act, even in consideration of RICO.
And I think that is where, as I say, we've been trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversation, figuring out the best wording.
But do you agree that they can't, even if they find that overt act with regard to Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, it normally would be that, you don't, if you find that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act, which then they would have found that as to these people if they believe the conviction, then all you need to find with regard to the rest of the co-conspirators is the rest of what's required for the RICO violation, not a separate overt act. You know what I'm saying? And so how is it not in some way considered? It's not necessarily considered against them, but it checks a box that has to be checked with regard to each defendant that somebody committed an overt act. Okay, here's somebody who committed an overt act. And so it checks that box for the what's required for RICO.
Can I ask, Your Honor, for this purpose for right now, can we do the curative instruction that they disregard what you said?
Yeah, but I mean, what do I say? Disregard it with regard to any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them? And then y'all just are going to have to prove something else, or what? Because I don't want to give them the wrong instruction. I mean, and it may be that it does have to be some other overt act with regard. I don't see how it can't, how you get around confrontation clause. you know?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess my thought is if you're striking, for purposes of today, if you're striking his entire testimony, then everything he has said is,
I know, but I'm trying
Yes.
to tell the jurors, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history is not relevant except with regard to count 63 and overt act is it 189? But really, I mean, is that,
can we,
or you can just strike overt act 189 out of the indictment? That would be easier.
And
Somebody
that's
said that.
was our position, because there's no
Somebody
way,
said that, Monica.
respectfully, that a highly intelligent juror like we have is going to be able to follow this gymnastic.
Right. He said gymnastics.
I thought since you're striking his entire testimony now, can we deal with the felony portion of the instruction later?
I mean, I'd love to, except for the fact that now's the time to do
it. Right.
I'm
Why would you
taking
do it
their notes
later?
away, and I'm saying to them, what you heard about him having just gotten out of prison, you need to disregard except for some very limited reasons.
But since we have not put his conviction in, if you just
say disregard and leave it there.
at this point, there's no evidence before them about him being in prison right now. So my point
makes
is,
sense.
if you just tell them disregard everything that they've heard, there is no other evidence for them to consider right now.
So then
That ain't what you argued, though.
then I would say his prior criminal history has no relevance to this case.
Right.
And yes, it will ultimately have relevance to count 63. And I know we don't have what the conviction is or why he was in prison yet, and they're being told to disregard it anyway. But I mean, if y'all can come up with some better wording, great.
And that's crazy. And Hilton had just made the argument that they knew he was a convicted felon anyway because it's an overt act. And that's why a mistrial shouldn't be granted.
I mean, I can just say this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of Mr. Kendrick having been in prison, but
No, I don't think that part is necessary, Your Honor. Given I do think it was a mistake.
Bring him in here. He caused all this mess. Before he get back to the airport, bring him back. Yeah, give it up. Give it up. I'm surprised Love ain't ran down there yet. Where Love at?
Can you read your instruction again?
yeah.
Thank you.
Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189 and should not have been mentioned by this witness. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of the witness today, disregard the testimony exhibits, I'll collect your notes, blah, blah, blah.
I agree with Hilton's version. I think that'll help out the defendant as
I
well.
guess that can just do for now, and we can get into the nitty gritty of it with regard to Rico later.
I'll leave it to where his criminal history don't have no effect on the trial at all. So when they do hear it later on, they may remember, oh, look, they bring in the big guns. They bringing in the big guns. And that way, when they bring up his criminal history, his overt acts later on, the jury may say, well, she told us to disregard it. So I think it'll be a good idea with her saying disregard it all, except counts except two
If we can't
specific
come up
overt
with
acts.
something better in the next couple of minutes, that's what I'm going to go with.
If Doug wants to get with Hilton, because I
Do you want me
think
to catch you up?
I think her. He said, "Oh no, I'm caught up." She said, "He said, oh no, I'm caught up." He know they crooked. He was like, "No, I'm caught up. I was watching the live stream." Thank y'all. If y'all don't mind liking the video. Tia said that Hilton thought she was cooking gumbo this morning. That gumbo spoiled now. She might as well pour that pot out. Throw that pot out. Tia, the gumbo is spoiled. Spoiled. There's nothing we can do about it now. Oh my God. Anthony said this reminds of the you give love a bad name. Who is this? An investigator? He looked like a cop. Yeah, it looked like he investigator. Look like he may have a firearm on his side. Yeah,
All right, anything?
that's a cop. We can't hear you.
My apologies.
Oh, he.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you anyway.
As it relates to the other evidence that you've given previously, as it relates to the other evidence, for example, that came in today during the prior testimony about Mr. Jackson, pretty much the same instruction with obviously you're changing the fact that there will be certain, there will be evidence related to certain defendants that they have prior convictions. You're not to attribute those convictions to any other defendant other than the ones in which it's related to in the counts of the indictment, something of that nature.
Okay. All right. So
Sit down,
our
Adam.
issue that we're struggling with is that it's an overt act in the RICO count. And it's apparently going to be proven ultimately by his conviction, which is, of course, testimonial. And how can that be considered against any other defendant? And that hadn't been sorted out yet.
So you're not caught up. So he came saying the same stuff that the judge trying to figure out.
I'm just going to say should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants in this case. All right, that's what I'm going to say. So let's get the jury out. Yes. Do you need to approach if I don't have the jury here yet? Yeah, okay. I'm on it.
Bro, I know you're not gonna try to ask her to reconsider. She made her ruling. Josh Phillips say lies are always silent. She made her ruling. Thank y'all to the ones that liked the video, and thank y'all to the ones that disliked it. I always get a handful that dislike it no matter what. I'll be looking for y'all. y'all, Sometimes when I don't see the dislike, I say they must have took a day off today, but I'm glad y'all still in the chat. We take that too. That's engagement. So thank you. Too much. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Oh. Yeah. What was we going to look up? Did we have something to look up while we had a break? What were we going to do? Josh say Lil Woody for president. Or president of what? Yeah, what y'all think? Did the judge need to just throw this case away or what? What y'all thinking? This is wild. I knew it was gonna be some. When I say here he go, I knew it was gonna be something. But are we really surprised? Valerie Dunbar say the prosecutors are so shameless and unorganized, just like Judge Whitaker told Love last week that they are so unprepared that they are just throwing this trial together as they go, and she was right. Yeah. Thank you, Miss D55. And it's the chat that just really makes it go. I always say the chat is undefeated. Somebody said Glanfield gonna come from the back. Thank you, Keys. Man, this is so she says, just you're an attorney. Wait a minute. What? Right. Why would they bring him in before we? Hey, so they bringing in a new witness before we got the jury to understand why the old witness was kicked off the stand. And Judge Whitaker, with her messy self, she just said, well, maybe this witness needs to hear what she got to say too, because he might do the same thing. Go back a few seconds. Boy, Whitaker ain't no good. Whitaker, you need to let him know, hey, the last cop got kicked out the courtroom for saying this, so don't you say it. Bro, Whitaker be low-key throwing shade. Y'all just got to catch it. Y'all gotta catch it when she throw it. That's wild. I wish we can see the jury face when they found out that Dennis it was kicked off. This man is over. What's his name? He done Atkins. Atkins, like, why am I even here? How you know Law Malcolm? What you see him do? Thank you, Stephanie, again for being a member, upgrading your membership, a platinum member and being a member for 1 month. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and the stream. The judge needs a stiff drink. Oh yeah, you know she gonna get one when she get home today. You know that's gonna happen. Not another one bites the dust. Boom, boom, boom. And another one bites the dust.
Gone.
Oh,
I
that's
am
funny.
sorry for the delay. I need to give y'all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. And if there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand.
Do not take them and shred them. Somebody raise their hand?
Everybody good? Okay. Yes. And he's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we're going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just, I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before if anybody's written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going to be? Okay. All right. So just flip to a new page now, and we've got a couple more hours, and we'll just collect them at the end of the day. All right. Okay. Call your next witness.
Oh wow, somebody's still taking notes.
What's the last name? Rogers. Okay, thank you.
So a juror's still taking notes, I guess. So they look at the dog still barking. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for the kind super chat. Thank you for supporting the stream.
David Rogers, DavidRodgers.
Now, who is this?
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Rogers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just entered my 14th year.
And if you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department.
Well, I let the Atlanta Police Department work patrol for a little while before moving over to the Special Operations Section. Did about 8 years there before moving over to Special Enforcement, where I did time at the Auto Crimes Unit in my last assignment there was at Gaines before my incident.
What
And we're
incident?
going to talk about your incident in a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were a patrol officer, what zone did you work for?
I started in Zone 6.
And did you work any other zones as a patrol officer?
No, ma'am.
Now, you said that your last assignment prior to your incident was you working in gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do while you worked in gangs?
While on Gangs, we were tasked with proactive enforcement, keeping up with wanted gang members and the apprehension of those persons, and that was about the gist of it.
And how long did you work as an officer in the gang unit?
I was only there for 8 months.
And in those 8 months while you worked as an officer in the gang unit, what, if anything, did you do differently than the investigators in the gang unit?
Typically, we were out in the streets more, certain high crime areas, presence, things of that nature.
I'm trying to ignore
And
y'all.
as an officer with the gang unit, did you have a specific zone that you worked, or did you work the entire city of Atlanta?
Citywide.
Yeah.
And how closely did you work with the investigators in the gang unit as an officer in the gang unit?
We worked hand in hand. If they had certain targets or subjects that they wanted apprehended, we would go out and look for them.
And was that one of the primary responsibilities as an officer to assist with the apprehension of suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your normal shift when you worked as an officer with the gang unit?
My normal shift was Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And let me ask, in 2022, were you working as an officer in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
When you began your shift today, were you assigned to assist in any apprehensions on that day, February 7, 2022?
At the start of that day, we didn't have any activity. We were actually waiting on fugitive to go and serve a paper that day or serve a warrant that day. And we were made aware that the target got mobile, and that's when we were called.
And who was the target that fugitive was looking to arrest that day?
Mr. Christian Eppinger for the charges of armed robbery and aggravated assault, I believe the case was.
And how did you get involved with the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger?
Well, we were contacted by the surveillance investigator at the time, Investigator Storno, and so we made our way from Marietta Boulevard over to Cleveland Avenue. Me and my partner for the day, we staged for a little bit and briefed while we tried to gather more resources and be updated on current information of his status and whereabouts.
Okay. And you said your partner for the day, let me first ask you, was your partner in the same vehicle as you?
No, ma'am, we were in 2 separate cars.
Okay. And if you're in separate cars, how was that he was your partner for the day?
We typically do everything in twos, but we were the only 2 officers for my unit working that day.
And who was this other officer?
Officer Jay Teasley.
Y'all need help.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that, were you both at Marietta prior to getting the call to assist?
We were in the area. I was on Marietta Boulevard. I don't know his specific location on the west side that day, but we were over there.
And you said that once you received the call to assist, is that when you made your way over from Marietta Boulevard to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody
Once
said,
you got over to Cleveland Avenue, did you go directly on Cleveland Avenue, or did you stay somewhere else prior to getting on Cleveland Avenue?
No, ma'am. Prior to, so we briefed him and myself. We briefed on the side of the Interstate 75 just before Cleveland. Talked about what we were going to do, and
who we were looking for, what he was wearing, things of that nature. Tried to gather more resources as far as zone crime suppression units. I think I called upon the fugitive unit that day, but they were tied up doing something else.
Now, do you remember what the description was that you were given for him?
We were told black jacket, white pants. I believe it was an orange hoodie.
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland Avenue.
All right. After the brief, investigator Storno told us that he had left the gas station and was out on foot.
Just a second. If you hear an objection, if you'll just pause.
I'm
and
sorry,
let
I didn't
me-
hear it.
It's okay. I know it's a little bit hard to hear. Everybody needs to use their mics. Hearsay.
Yes.
Your effect on the listener.
Mm-mm.
Sustained.
Okay. Without
I'm
telling,
sorry, overruled.
Okay.
Oh, here she go.
based upon what investigator Storno said, what did you all do?
He told us he was on foot walking from the gas station into the condominium complex. At that time, we left the side of the interstate, moved in, coming down Cleveland Avenue, turned on the Steel Road, at which time I locked eyes on Mr. Evinger, pulled into the complex.
Let me stop you right here. You said the condos in which he was going to. Do you recall the name of those condos?
I don't. The address, I believe, is 2637 Old Hateville. I don't know the exact name, the Steel Road entrance. I don't think it's a specific signage at that entrance. I think the signage is on the other side.
Have you heard of Colonial Square Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar? No.
Not at the moment.
That's fine. Is this location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that the address is 2637 Old Hateville Road.
Hmm.
Does the apartment complex have multiple entrances?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those entrances on Old Hateville?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the other on Steel?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just describe for the jury, if you're on Cleveland Avenue, what are some landmarks where that apartment complex is?
Steel Road sits between now it's a Chevron and a Checkers restaurant. I think the address, well, I don't remember the exact address for the Chevron at Cleveland, but it's Steel Road sits in between the Chevron right there at Cleveland and Interstate 75 and the Checkers.
Okay. Once you got onto Cleveland Avenue, what did you do?
Turn left on the Cleveland Avenue, coming southbound from the interstate. We crossed the overpass, pulled up at Steel Road, made a left turn onto Steel Road, at which time I could see Mr. Evinger walking through the complex, at which time I made to go make contact with Mr. Evinger.
And at the time when you went to go make contact with him, were you inside of the gate at 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Yes, ma'am. It was it's a block of homes right there at the entrance. I think I remember him being on the sidewalk.
And at that time, once you made entrance inside, do you know where your partner was?
I don't. Last I checked, he was behind me, turning off of Cleveland Ave on the Steel Road.
Okay. Once you got into the apartment complex and you see who you believe to be Mr. Evinger, what did you do?
I tried to pull ahead of Mr. Evinger, get out. I gave him commands, advising him that he did have paper. Also, told him he had warrants. He kind of looked at me, looked past me, proceeded to walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Evinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look over my shoulder, trying to locate my partner because Mr. Evinger at the time was non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Evinger, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood. And so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of
he was shot, y'all.
Let me ask you this. at the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Eppinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you said that you got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun drawn on him at first. Came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature. And like I said, I go to put my hands on him because he kind of walks past me. After I told him who I was, announced my agency, let him know that he had warrants. He kept proceeding down the sidewalk. And so as I'm engaged with him, I'm kind of looking back over my shoulder for my partner, and he isn't coming. So I had to switch to another plan since I wasn't physically able to overcome him. And so at that time, I holstered my weapon and decided to switch over to my taser. Had trouble accessing my taser.
What made you decide to switch from your gun to your taser?
Just the sheer size of him. I knew I wasn't going to be able to overpower him, but at the time he didn't have anything in his hands. And so I felt it necessary to transition.
Okay. And so when you went to go transition to your taser, were you able to draw your taser out?
No, ma'am. I stumbled with my taser, with my left hand, at which time I reached over with my right. And at that point, he had flanked me and started to fire upon me.
Okay. And when you say he started to flank you, what did that mean?
So he had veered off to my right side.
Okay. And then did you see when he drew his weapon?
I did not.
Okay. What was the first thing that you felt?
Just a warm sensation. But I knew something was wrong because when I went to reaccess my weapon, I could not have use of that arm. And when I turned around to track his person, all I remember seeing was the muzzle of the gun, the white pants, the black jacket. But at that point, I was pretty much out of the fight.
And we say you were out of the fight. What do you mean?
It's even after reaching for him, I feel like I remember reaching for him with my left hand, but my body was kind of beginning to shut down, probably from the blood loss. I don't know.
Okay. And once you started feeling those, like that bullets and that impact, where did you end up? Were you on the ground? What happened?
I remember after looking at him, I remember turning away. I feel like I took a knee. I might have even laid on my face. I sat there for a minute. I gathered myself. I got on radio, let radio know I was shot. And then at that point, Investigator Johnson came over to render aid. He pulled me around the corner. And yeah.
Okay. And after that, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. We waited on the ambulance for a little bit, but we kind of had a talk and a discussion, and I just requested to be put in one of the UC cars, and we made our way to Grady.
And so you said you were talking. Were you alert at the time after being shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you eventually make it to Grady?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the injuries that you had as a result of this shooting?
Well, I was informed that I was shot 6 times, one to the back of the head, 4 to the back of the right shoulder, and 1 to the back of the right leg.
Oh, wow. He was shot in the head.
And did you have to spend some time at Grady because of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am. I did about 7 days in the hospital.
7 days. That's it.
Are you now back to work at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
It just seemed like he'd be in ICU for a long time. So apparently somebody shot him, but it's not anybody that's sitting out there in the chairs. Somebody took it upon themselves to shoot this cop. So that's pretty much on them, not the whole 6 people that's on trial now. Unless they try to say Young Thug gave the command.
What's been at first amendment as 32B?
And he still worked there. Boy, I would have been retired. What somebody said earlier, they were retired.
Do you recognize the individual who was depicted in Exhibit 32V?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recognize him to be Christian Eppinger.
And I'm also going to show you 18V. Do you recognize who's that in 18B?
Yes, ma'am. That profile looks similar to his.
And I want to zoom in on 18B. Are you able to see what is depicted on the side of his face?
No, ma'am, I'm not able to make that out.
Okay. All right.
It looks
I have
like
no further questions.
it looks like they fixed the
Any
audio.
questions for this witness? All right.
When they showing the pictures now, you can still hear the questions, so that's good.
Officer Rogers, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this guy, that you were shot a total of 6 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were taken to the hospital, and you were there for a period of time before you recovered.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are back to work at this time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described the person who was on the screen, the person you encountered, the guy you encountered as a Mr. Eppinger.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. Thank you for your questions. That's all I have. Your answers. That's all I have.
Any other? All right.
Officer, good afternoon. You don't see that gentleman in this courtroom, correct?
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you for your time and you are excused. Call your next witness.
It'll be Sergeant J.C. Davis. Let me just confirm he's outside.
I don't know what the name was. Davis, okay.
Just want to affirm this one. You give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. See. State spell your first and last name for the post out into the mic.
John Davis, JOHN DAVIS.
And where do you work?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
26 years.
And what do you do currently for the City of
I-
Atlanta Police Department?
I manage the body cam unit.
And what do you do as the manager of the body cam unit?
What I do is to ensure that officers that are out on the streets have body cameras that are operating properly. If any issues, I address those issues by troubleshooting, replacing, and sending them back to the Exxon unit.
Okay. And if you could just tell the jurors, are all officers with the Atlanta Police Department fitted with body cam?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And since when have all officers been fitted with body cam?
This is dated back, I'm estimating 2015 or so.
2015 or so. And how are the body cams kept within the regular ordinary course of Atlanta Police Department's business?
Well, body cams, like I said, are issued to each officer to do their daily duties. At the end of each duty or personal work assignment, body cameras will be docked on the Exxon docks, where any events that particular day will be uploaded into our evidence.com accounts.
And you said the Exxon doc. What is the Exxon doc?
Exxon Docs is pretty much the same company that designed the body camera unit, and that doc is a way to charge as well as upload any evidence or any incidents that's recorded.
And as far as with APD, do you have dash cam videos?
Yes, we do.
And how do dash cam videos work?
Dax cams work similarly, but it's more of a wireless base. So once you make it back to your assignment, your precinct, the signal is sent and it uploads videos that way.
And again, are the dash cams also kept in the regular and ordinary course of business at Atlanta Police Department?
That is correct. Everything's in evidence.com, the cloud.
Have you had the opportunity today to review a body cam video and a dash cam video from a shooting incident on February 7, 2022 involving Officer Rogers?
Yes, I have.
And did that appear to be, from what you viewed, a fair and accurate depiction of images contained on both his body camera video and his dash cam video?
That's correct.
Your Honor, and did it appear to be any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 2S. Oh, excuse me. Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS. Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize both of those items?
These are the discs that I watched because I signed and dated each one.
And again, at this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS into evidence.
All right, that's Sierra.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted without objection.
All right. Permission to publish.
You may.
Yeah, excuse me, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Sure.
And I believe that video was released by the Fulton County DA's office. I believe Fonnie did a press conference and they actually showed the video of the officer. And you can see he pulled up in, I believe, a Charger. He jumped out. He was in uniform. And you can see they played the whole video, Eppinger just shooting. But like Adam said, the person that shot him is not in the courtroom, not on trial. That's a separate incident that had nothing to do with the direction of the game. Like, I can't see a cop pulling somebody over just to arrest them for warrants. And they had already previously been given the order, hey, if a cop tried to arrest you for a warrant, shoot that cop. I mean, it seems that it was a spontaneous act. Eppinger didn't want to go to jail, so he shot. But I don't see that the gang sat down and organized it and planned it and said, that's what we're going to do. They probably was Eppinger, they probably told him, what the hell you do that for? But let me see. Thank you again, Stephanie. That was really nice of you. Thank you for that. Well, y'all be having fun in the chat. Y'all so funny. Y'all. And I know y'all don't mean no harm. Y'all just, it was all in fun. Because we really didn't know who he was when he first walked up. I know I didn't. But the judge is continuing to let this circus go on. Yep. Yeah, thank you, Miss Yolanda Banks. I got a crook in my neck trying to work and laughing at this chat. Hey, we have to laugh through this. They probably thought they were going to have Dennis on the stand all day long and drag it out. And look, Dennis ought to be back on his way to wherever he's from. And if y'all was one of the people that received the membership from Miss Lou Rose, y'all don't mind telling her thank you. I know a lot of y'all wasn't here when the memberships went out. Thank you again for that. Yes, I can be serious, but I'd rather laugh. Yeah, laugh. And we know Moontunk's hearing is tomorrow, supposedly at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Let me see. Let me get the thing real quick. How many like? Where Pete been at? I haven't seen Pete. Pete, you in the bushes hiding? And what photo gang? What photo gang say? Yeah, what's going on? Oh man. Photo gang 2662. You haven't missed much. I believe your mother gifted 5 memberships to the chat. I think she said she was your mother. I think let me double check. I thought she said you. Oh, okay, I guess so. Somebody said, yeah. Thanks for sending her. People popping in, we're on break. Y'all don't mind liking the video. He said, yay, thank you, Mom. Yes. She told us how you speak in high regard about the chat in this channel. So thank you so much. They approached real quick. No, it's not over. I don't guess. I don't guess. You know how they do. They probably done messed up something. They didn't messed up again. I know Dennis is gonna be so upset, and he probably told everybody and his mama, family, dad, cousins, hey, watch the trial today. I'm gonna be on TV. And his co-workers, wherever he work at. He probably told them, hey, y'all watch. I'm gonna be testifying in Young Thug trial. Yeah, he tried to. He tried to talk about it all right before they threw him up out of there. All right, what we doing now? His testimony and himself, he both got threw out. He said, bro, you gotta, and I was saying it all along, bro, find the nearest exit and disappear. So this is insane. Okay, Tia said the jurors have been excused for a few minutes. So apparently, for people that wasn't here, the ex-detective
Go to the
investigator.
jury room for a few minutes. I'm not quite sure what the duration is going to be, but sorry about that. And Sergeant, I'm going to have you step outside as well, and we'll let you know when we need you back.
Somebody say, get a judge a shot of liquor because she need it. She need it.
All right, can somebody pull it up? Or
So I'm assuming he's over the video camera unit, but maybe he's going to testify
I know
about.
y'all had to go a little bit out of order because of the unexpected issue with not finishing the day with Detective Dennis. So we just hadn't gotten to some of this yet. I'm going to say through either misunderstanding or no fault of anybody. So we'll just tackle it right now.
Judge, can I go ahead and put my objection more fully on the record?
Sure.
All right. So the objection that I made at the bench was that the contents of the body camera and the dash camera that the state intends to introduce, the contents are going to be hearsay. Understand that there is a business records exception that they are relying on. However, that does not necessarily automatically admit the hearsay that's contained within the images and the voices and so forth on both of those items. Johnson versus State is the case that I wanted to cite to the court. It's 347 Georgia Appeals 831. That's actually a case that deals with text messages. And in Division 2, I believe, of that case, 2B, there's some instructive language. If the court will give me 1 second.
Sure, and I don't think,
pull up the case.
certainly you can put it on the record. I don't think anybody disputes the proposition that a business record certification or isn't going to get around hearsay, do they? Y'all are going to have other exceptions that you rely on.
Yes.
I mean, you can make the record if you want, but
And let me, and thank you. Let me add to that also that I believe there's going to be a 4-3 analysis for the contents again of that the body camera, the dash camera, and I'm saying it as though there's two, but I think I may have heard the prosecutor at the bench say that there are more than two. So my objection is going to be to all of those.
oh, let me get clarification. There's a body cam and a dash cam of this shooting incident, right? And some of it will obviously show something different. Are there more than two with regard to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, and because you
Okay.
just said that, I know we talked about it because the court asked the same question during the hearing, and you actually asked whether or not we were going to play the entirety of all of the body cam, and I told the court, no, Your Honor, we were only going to play the relevant portions of the body cam video.
Right.
And the
Yeah,
surveillance video.
Yeah,
And
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I've got those notes and we talked at the bench about that, and it was
That's what we talking
all of it
about, though.
together was an hour total or something. You were going to get timestamps, and you did do that. And they know that. They just
Right.
hadn't.
That ain't what
set
he's talking
forth-
about.
They believe they had not yet set forth any objections, and we're under the impression we were going to get to it at another time. I think the state was under the impression, frankly, the court was too, that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything. But be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
Yes, Judge. And to add to my objection, it bears noting that the the officer, Officer Rogers, who just testified. Now, Mr. Eppinger, of course, is in the indictment, but he's not here. Right? He's not here on trial with us at this point. There's been testimony given by Officer Rogers detailing the incident, his account of what happened, how it happened. And so to an extent, I think just showing the body camera that presumably, let's say it's going to show the same thing that he just testified to would be cumulative. And so I'd add that to my objection as well.
All right, I'm going to overrule that objection because the officer, in fact, said, he didn't even know how many times he'd been shot. He was kind of like weak and wasn't sure what happened. So I think it'll show things that we were not able to get through the officer's testimony. But with regard to whether there are more videos than the dash cam and the body cam, I don't know that we got that answer.
Yes, Your Honor. So there's 4 videos total.
And what are they going to show?
So the body cam will pick up parts of the shooting, Officer Rogers' movement and kind of trying to apprehend.
Sure.
The dash cam, you can actually see it because you're unable to see everything on the body cam. The other is the overall surveillance video that picks up a different image because if you heard when Officer Rogers testified, he talks about Sergeant William Johnson who comes in and gives an aid. But what Sergeant Johnson also does is he sees Mr. Eppinger firing, returns fire, and then Eppinger actually turns and returns fire towards Sergeant Johnson.
And that's on surveillance video from where? Just like
so the community had surveillance video. Okay. So it's from the furthest entrance.
That's hearsay.
Complex.
Yeah,
and then the last video, Your Honor, is the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger, and that we believe is relevant because there initially, and I think this is before this court took the bench, there was cross-examination about officers and their response in certain communities, and this video shows their response to Mr. Eppinger on this particular day, given everything that happened and how they apprehended him outside of the home. He ran into someone else's house with children and with a gun. They were able to go inside and retrieve the gun that was used, and that is the final body cam video.
All right, and how long? Or let's just watch them.
Okay.
I mean, or watch the parts that I'm going to need to watch. Does every one of them have hearsay or potential hearsay on them? Are they all audio too?
They're all. The dash cam, I don't think I have the dash cam has some audio, but yes.
Okay.
But minimal. The surveillance video does not have audio.
Okay. And all right.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to
watch them.
I'm gonna have to restrict the video, or YouTube might do
the
it.
Parts you intend to play
because of we'll let them figure that out. And if some of y'all, I don't know what it's gonna show, so if some of y'all
would think total, if 30 minutes, but I think it's probably less than that.
Okay.
Yeah, some of y'all don't want to see stuff like that, then you look away.
Star, are you copy? I'm going over. On Steel Road.
Why do we need this part with him driving?
6170, 6160 up on SOS.
Pick it up from like a second before there.
Well, it's about to occur right now.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. I ain't getting that, bro.
Golly.
What's that? What's that? What is this 37 on right now? Let's see what that's.
Hey. 17. And
Okay.
Your Honor, the reason why the first part is important is because that is the Cleveland Avenue area, and so
Okay.
that the jury can see.
Okay.
that.
All right. Any objection to that? Stopping at 1917?
Yes. I'm going to object because looking at the video doesn't show the shots, doesn't show the shooting. It truly doesn't show anything that the officer testified to. And so I would say that what we're looking at is not relevant.
Well, she letting that in.
Overruled.
Right. She
All right,
letting
move on
that
to the
in.
next video, please.
Add 403 objection to that, please, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I mean, the cop did jump out aggressive. I mean, he jumped out with his gun in his hand. We'll go back and watch it later.
Honor,
Yes.
I'm gonna, if the court allows me, I think when we watch all of these videos, they may become cumulative as well. So
They might. That's why I'm watching them all.
right, and so I
don't
don't
know.
want to just say I don't have any objection. I believe this is going to be cumulative to other videos that we're about to watch.
All right. Possibly. Ready for the next one? Okay. Maybe, so we don't have all the pauses when the jury's out here. I don't know. Y'all all got laptops. Maybe one person could have the next one queued up. The internet never works here. Okay.
Why won't
If
y'all have
we
them?
could do something like that and it would speed things up, I'll look into it.
Why would y'all have it on, flash drive, USBs?
Miss Persfield's going to go collect the jury notes from the investigator Dennis while we're doing this.
It should be already downloaded, not relying on internet connection. That was an officer that just testified. It wasn't Dennis. It was a street officer.
Document on an easel pad or a pad on an easel, if that could be removed as well.
That, y'all collected the exhibits already, right? Yeah, we already have all of those.
And they,
So I guess that needs to get put with, I don't know which part of it was, but that needs to get put with the other evidence that was provided to Miss Winfrey. So she can have it all together.
and a lot of times they do it to inflame the jury. You want the jury emotional. Oh, a cop was shot. They need justice. Or somebody's killed. Looking at the autopsy photos, the family needs justice. But a lot of times it's not relevant. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but is it relevant to the guilt or innocence of the defendants that's on trial right now?
Okay, that works.
Somebody said a bootleg courthouse. It's a bootleg courthouse and a bootleg trial. To say the least. Bootleg prosecutors. Thank you so much to Miss Bridget Williams. Hold on right quick, let me see something. For becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much for that. It's really nice of you. And yeah, we got to go back and analyze the videos. But if somebody's armed and dangerous, don't run up on them and try to grab them by yourself, manhandle them. Just wait until you have backup and the appropriate procedures are followed.
Okay, I'm ready.
Let me see. So I need to go in and change something right quick.
Judge, do you have access to that answer as well?
I don't see you in the waiting room. I should, but. There you are. Okay.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground.
I think that's 1741, so that shows.
Talking to the mic.
Sorry, that shows part of the actual shooting around, which would be different than what's seen on the body cam.
All right, that's certainly different. And there's no. All right, okay. Any objection to that? And I realize I'll watch all four of them and determine the cumulative objection, but. Okay. So I don't know about cumulativeness between that and some other one yet, but it's not cumulative. It's between the body cam and that. All right, let's watch the surveillance video.
It appears Eppinger shot at the first cop, and then the first cop's partner responded and shot at Eppinger, and then Eppinger shot back at the second cop that was shooting at him. So it was. That's why you hear all the gunshots. Eppinger shoots at first cop, and then second cop shoots at Eppinger, and then Eppinger shoots back at second cop. I don't think the first cop that got shot ever fired at all. They said the shooter was Eppinger. But like Tasha said, you know, it's unfortunate. I mean, we human, we see what happened, but we still got to go back to the legal argument. How
This is the first video.
does it
which
further
is the
conspiracy?
gate. And we'll be starting at timestamp 103.
All right, hang on just a second.
And the answer to that is no. So obviously, that's
Okay.
what the issue is for the jury
Go ahead.
to wrestle with. How does this shooting have anything to do with that? Let's see if we can make this bigger. Let me get out the way. See, is that better? This is a pretty good camera for 2015. They got better cameras on the street than they got in the interrogation rooms. Okay, we got a marked car.
And we will conclude at 2:05.
That's it?
And what is that showing?
Right.
So that shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before? And then the two cars. So what's more important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rogers' vehicle. So what happens is Officer
You don't need that.
Roger goes in to apprehend him,
Uh-huh.
and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we going to hear from Officer Johnson
Sergeant William Johnson? Yes, you
or
are.
Sergeant Johnson?
Yes, you are.
Can't he just say, and I followed right behind him in a second car?
He can. This was just
Okay,
evidence
we
of
don't
that.
need this video.
Thank you.
All right, show me the apprehension.
No, there's one more surveillance video, Your Honor. This
Oh,
is
so there are 5 videos then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This-
See, the state don't know how to pick and choose their battles. What you need the good stuff. Show the shooting, not no random him walking. I mean, I'm sure it's not a secret who shot.
And Your Honor, this will just start at the beginning. And you're looking at the furthest portion of the screen.
Okay.
So I think the shooting happened way down here. He was shot already. Y'all saw that? It happened so quick.
Oh,
It's kind of hard to see this one. This is the one I had on the news. Oh, a while
I
back.
have to start over because, all right. If you look towards the back of the
Yeah.
video.
And you just see him fall over.
All right, so that shows the other officer's location and the interaction
Yes,
with
Your Honor.
Eppinger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections on that? And there's no sound, right?
No sound on this, Your Honor.
All right, that one's in it without objection, and then, well, it will be. And then the apprehension.
No, he just testified. He just testified about 20 minutes ago. You might want to rewind it if you just not tuning in. Yeah, he's still alive. And he still work at the Atlanta Police Department. But I don't think he a regular officer. I think he a detective now. We went from 3 video, 4, 5. But it's really, it would still be hard to tie that shooting into a RICO. Unless they have evidence that it was ordered by the gang to go do that to that officer, which I don't think so, because from the officer's testimony, he was riding, he happened to see him and knew he had a warrant, or lied and said he had a warrant. I'm not sure if that's true or not. And grabbed him, and then Eppinger responded that way on his own. So it's hard to kind of say that he was ordered to do that when he didn't even know the officer would be approaching him that day. Right, even if he is
This will be the longest of the videos.
affiliated with YSL, he committed an individual crime on his own outside of him being YSL.
There are 3 patrol cars going down the left runway, so that's northwest side. We have plenty of units on that side and what. You guys just let me know if the one
Inside this apartment. How many you got? I'm gonna swing across. You cover that window, okay? I'm gonna stay right here, all right? Step out. Yeah. Step out. Get her. Get her. Go get her.
Y'all come on.
Is anybody else in here? All right. I'm gonna take a spot, bro. I'm gonna take a spot, all right? All right, ready? Move. Come downstairs. Anybody in the apartment, come downstairs. Come on, y'all. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Hey, come on. Grab him, grab him.
Look at the little kids. That's crazy.
Don't look behind you. Focus on top. Cover this window for me, man. I'm wide open. Straight to the back.
And we need to know what door. We're on the back.
They said he went out. Tell them 6-7.
Straight in the back on the right hand side.
Christian. What's his name? Christian Eppinger. McKesson. I got no bid. Christian. Hey, Christian. I know you hear me, bro.
Yeah, go to apartment 17.
Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something. Hannah, switch places. Switch out one of the apartment. Switch up here. Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something.
Looking at the building from the front. All right apartment. That's correct.
Up here. I want you up here on point. Yeah. Christian Eppinger.
Copy that. We have an officer on the back corner. We got one more with him.
If you hear me, I want you up here on point. Show me your hands and come out your hands in the air, sir. Christian, I know you hear my voice. Come on out with your hands in the air. You talking real low.
2491.
What's his last name? Christian Effinger! The Atlanta Police Department, we know you're inside! Come out with your hands out! We have the place surrounded! Do not make this hard! Christian! Come out! All right, let me see your hands! Hands first! Crawl! 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 No, sir, crawl. Get on your belly. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up, Perry. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly.
Right.
Get on your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly. Crawl backwards. Crawl backwards. 6'7", 6'7". Hey, crawl backwards, Christian. Christian, crawl backwards. Come, hey, come, we don't want to shoot you. Listen to me. I want you to crawl backwards. Take the rope. Christian, get on your belly. You got one more time. You're going to take the crawl. Step out here. We don't want to kill you. Step out. Step out. Step out, Christian. Nobody wants to shoot you, son. Listen, Christian. Hold on, guys. Look at me, son. Look at me. Step out here. Just crawl out here. Let me call my mama. Christian. All right, y'all feel comfortable? Yeah. Okay. Who's taking stairs? I'll take hands. You got stairs? I go. Go. Call my mama. Ain't nobody in there.
And why is that relevant?
Previously, there was cross-examination of how officers treat individuals in this particular neighborhood and community.
Oh,
and this
come
should be
on.
the opposite of
Really?
that type of inference that officers
That's not.
are
That's not
harass
related.
individuals in that community. Given what happened on this day, where Mr. Eppinger is alleged to have shot a cop, these officers were trying to
Right.
get him out in a way that was keep him alive, keep him safe, and that's a complete contradiction to some of the inferences of how officers respond in this community.
They'll make
So
up
that was
anything.
Can you be a little more specific about what kind of inferences and with what witness?
So this was early, probably around November, December. There was a line of
Okay,
cross-examination.
well, their trial didn't start with testimony until January.
No,
so-
it started in November. Our testimony we started opening statements in November.
Oh, Lord, it's even longer than I thought. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, my bad.
That's okay.
Not bad.
So there were officers that initially we talked about a lot of drug cases that were happening in this neighborhood, and there were cross-examination about the fact that officers solely focus on this Black community. No one, I mean, essentially that no one, they primarily harass in this community. I can't remember. I remember there were certain officers that were questioned with that line of question. I believe even maybe Investigator McKessie may have been questioned in that manner because he testified earlier as well about why there was a lot of police enforcement in that community because it's a high crime area. And so a lot of the officers who testified earlier were on either crime suppression teams or teams that respond to high crime area. And there were questions about the fact that in this community, police just police this community, overly police the community. And so given that line of questioning, Your Honor, we just thought that this was an opposite effect of that, especially given on the day that this occurred, their interaction with Mr. Eppinger.
Your Honor,
That's
if I
not
may,
relevant.
that is a complete mischaracterization
A
of
complete lie.
the testimony and the cross-examination that came out. First of all, what's happening in this video is a terrible video, but what's happening in this video is completely different
Right.
from what the prosecutor's talking about. What she's referencing specifically is that there was some testimony earlier when this court was not with the previous court about the arrest of an individual in a parking lot, and when the police pull in, people yell 12 and some people run, and there were conversations and cross-examinations about whether those people run because they're criminals or whether in that neighborhood they see the police and they're fearful of the police. That was that, specific to that. This video has
Not
nothing
even
whatsoever
right
to do with the offense that Christian Eppinger
at
is accused
all.
of committing, for which he's been indicted. There is nothing probative about him being about children running out of a house at gunpoint with assault rifles and with him being told to crawl and him saying, kill me, kill me. That adds nothing to
At all.
relevance to what's charged in the indictment.
Well, I guess it adds some
Here she go.
counter to whatever might have been inferred otherwise, but I don't believe, I'm going to rule it out under 403. Okay, so we know what comes in, so let's,
And I'm going to withdraw my cumulative objection.
okay, all right. So let's get the jury out and let's get through these, what, is it 3 witnesses? Do you think we can get through them by 5-ish or 5:30? Well, let's just get started. All right, let's get the jury out and whomever it was back on the stand and.
Whoever it was. Somebody, Judge. We don't know.
Showing them with this witness or another witness? Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's whoever was on the stand, just grab somebody at this point. So I wonder about the judge sometimes. Anthony says she no good. The judge ain't trying to burn her bridges for her next election cycle. And she, you know, last time she campaigned with Fonnie Willis at the Baptist churches. So she gonna need that to get reelected again in Fulton County. So she ain't trying to burn that bridge. And all the other denominations. Yeah. Did Eppinger go too far? Absolutely. Dude, you've been in and out of jail. You know how the process go to jail, bond out, get a lawyer, all that. You don't shoot the cop, but that doesn't correlate to Young Thug and the other co-defendants being guilty of shooting them because they had nothing to do with it. And I'm sure they didn't even know what was happening.
Those two exhibits are admitted over objection and you can proceed. Yes, you may.
And we're going to publish State Exhibit 1, 2SS. And we're going to begin at 18:04.
He's on the way.
6170, 6160, you up on SOS? On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. You got hurt, but get on the ground. I ain't did nothing. What's that? 2637 on hate now.
And we're going to stop the plan at 19:08. The next round, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 1SS.
I was trying to move out the way and made it bigger. My bad. Sheesh. All right, what we got now?
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Sorry, we'll stop the plane at 17:42 seconds. And did that conclude your involvement in this case, Sergeant Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness? All right.
All right, it's Christian Eppinger in this courtroom.
Is it Sergeant?
Yes, it is.
Davis, true?
Correct.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams, gentleman sitting right there in the black. I want to ask you a couple questions about what we just saw, what we just saw on the screen, these two videos. One was a dash cam, one was a body cam, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you weren't involved in the case, but your role as manager of the dash cam department, body camera department, is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them, true?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate as best you can tell.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time, true?
That's correct.
Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us, we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that, from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer? So it is a marked police car, and am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, yes, I saw
Right.
it.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
All right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage showed, yes.
And would you agree with me, the footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it showed, yes.
Now, the video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rogers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rogers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rogers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rogers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door opening. Once he closes, you see the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the second video. And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right? you agree with me that the officer doing his job is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'd agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
Right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
And then you hear a second set of shots. And am I correct that that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, you hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
With Eppinger, you mean?
That's
No,
right.
I didn't see anyone. No.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid Eppinger, do you? And I say kid out of this guy Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man. No, no, sir.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Would you agree
Yeah,
with me?
still.
And this is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. In the very first video, when Officer Rogers gets out of the car and he's telling Eppinger to get out on the ground, did you hear Eppinger saying, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing"?
Yes, I heard something to
All right.
what you said. Right.
And again, Rogers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, this verbiage, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing," it appears that he is, I mean, you don't say "I don't do nothing" to someone who's not a cop.
Objection, speculation.
I withdraw it. I withdraw it.
Not necessarily.
All right.
Somebody come at you with a gun.
I don't need you to play it again, but if I'm correct, looks like he had on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears.
Okay.
That video.
All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right, any other defense attorneys questions for this witness? Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State House Sergeant William Johnson.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State and spell your first and last name for the court's knowledge.
William, William Johnson, Johnsson.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently and more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
And what were your duties when you were assigned to the gang unit?
As a gang investigator, I investigated violent crime and other crimes involving criminal street gang activity.
Okay. And you said you were also assigned to the FBI task force. Tell the jury briefly about what your responsibilities were or are or were with the FBI task force.
Similar, more violent crime, just with more of a federal or an interstate nexus.
And as a member of the gang unit, what years were you with the gang unit?
From, it's hard to say because there's I was also an ATF task force officer at the same time. So you could say from 2012 to about 2022.
So you spent about 10 years in the gang unit.
Yes, collaterally with the ATF and also with the FBI.
As a part of the gang unit, were you ever familiar with the gang YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And specifically, within the unit, were you ever familiar with an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And was Christian Eppinger, as a part of gang unit, ever identified as being a member of a gang?
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And back in 2022, was Christian Eppinger classified as such as a member of YSL?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to engage in an incident with Christian Eppinger on February 7th, 2022?
I did.
All right. And let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, I'm sorry.
No, you're sorry.
The vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala. And I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to APD headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I end up taking that vehicle and heading towards APD headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to APD headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator said he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters. Where were you at? Where's the FBI?
It's in Chambly.
And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno?
And is Investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help. I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being made. What does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity. So he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened once did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No. So when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is that 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
And you said, oh, yes. Why did you say it like that?
It's a significant stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Overruled.
Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediate. Like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We we were communicating over the radio. So I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information, did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby. And that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rogers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what, if anything, occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs, right? And just watching what's happening and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rogers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was going to just give up.
Speculation. Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years, the physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around, right? He's just kind of glued forward. And obviously Officer Rogers giving him commands, he's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happens, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something. I didn't expect what was going to happen, but I didn't expect him to give up.
And let me ask you said you were looking at him. Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Now, once you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What, if anything, happened?
And this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rogers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rogers and just begins to shoot him repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what, if anything, did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
Okay. And when you say engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what, if anything, happened?
He started shooting back at me.
When he started shooting back at you, what happened next?
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rogers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rogers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rogers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he had ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better spot to.
And non-responsive.
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rogers, were you focused on Officer Rogers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rogers was in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all of the injuries.
Okay. And then subsequently, was Officer Rogers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
Right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and Officer Rogers?
No, I stayed on scene.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the surveillance video accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 4SS. Is that the video that you watched today?
It is.
Did there appear to be any deletions or additions for the portion that surrounded the incidents that we just discussed?
No.
At this time, the state would like to tender and admit 4SS into evidence.
It's admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Johnson, looking at 4SS, where in the video did the incident occur as we're looking at the surveillance video? And have a laser.
Speaking to the microphone, it was in this little corner right here is where you'll see the incident.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
And was that you ducking?
Yes.
In the grassy area where that red car is, in that grassy area?
Yes.
Who can see way down there?
And I'm going to stop, Your Honor, at 1 minute.
Let's see. We can.
At some point, did you have to talk to investigators about what occurred that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did that ultimately kind of conclude your involvement in what occurred on February 7, 2022?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. I have no further questions.
All right. Are there defense questions for this witness?
All right. Is Chris Eppinger in the courtroom today on trial? No.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
It's Sergeant Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Keith Adams. I've got just a couple questions for you because you were there that day, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your observations from that day. Okay.
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD. I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point. True.
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to the ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You are familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you're familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Officer asked for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
Now, although you'd been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there was a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
He was standing in front of the store.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point he walked away from the store and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video. Or if you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex. True?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment complex?
In the apartment
Yes.
complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we saw, the only one that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so in fact, when you see him, Eppinger interact with this guy at the front gate, he walks off and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Other officers were called in and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rogers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rogers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground. Correct. He was by himself though at that time.
Correct.
All right. There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right. There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself, by himself, was doing on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rogers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own. True?
Yes. Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger, you got out and you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime, firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needed to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay. Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up affecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I just have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the APD team formed any huddle or meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with a group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day, only one officer decided to get out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No. And that's not normally the case where one officer would have been affecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it. Like hindsight 2020,
right.
We should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one, but it wasn't a violation of protocol.
I understand. But you all had huddled at some point prior to that day about this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? No. All right. Is there any redirect? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I believe you said that
was interesting.
the warrants were for armed robbery.
Yes.
At the time, did you have any knowledge about anyone else involved in the armed robbery for which Mr. Eppinger's arrest warrants
Overruled.
were issued?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does the name Durante BB?
Sustained.
Okay. On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about this shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the unit for 10 years?
Yes.
As a investigator within the gang unit, did you find that sometimes
I'm going to object.
Speculation.
Question, he's not being qualified.
As an
No
expert.
foundation for him to answer the question.
Right.
It's also calls for speculation.
Right.
And
He's not an
an
expert.
opinion on the intent of others.
And leading.
And that's against 704.
I don't know what the question is going to be.
We heard the question.
It may be that it's sustained to leading, but the rest of them.
They're accurate.
as a member,
She wasn't paying attention.
Rephrase your question.
She wasn't paying attention.
as an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Connection, relevance.
That-
Sustained.
And that wasn't the original question. Mm-mm. She trying to work her stuff in. Look, she can't think fast enough.
Course indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
Look, she need help. Get some help.
I think did you know of Durante BB?
Yes.
She right now. How can I?
And do you know Durante BB through your work in the gang?
That's to relevance, Your Honor.
You're right, I can approach.
All right.
Please don't. Oh my goodness. Quit trying to approach and go up there and beg the court to let your evidence that it's not supposed to be in come in. Oh, y'all. Right. Paige is over it, but obviously not enough because she's still playing. So where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Where we at, y'all? What the comments saying? Right, y'all saw the first officer testify, and then next thing you know, this officer is on the stand now saying Eppinger had 8 to 10 people with him. Well, any of those 8 to 10 people in this courtroom, since it's all of a sudden 8 to 10 people, who had put that? I thought I saw that. Maybe I didn't. Eight to 10. Where y'all go? What y'all think about Matthew's testimony? Cross-examination questions. It's been done at 8 hours, so I gotta get the question together. What y'all think about Matthews? I mean, because in every story you want a villain and a hero. And it seemed as if Adams was more so attacking what Eppinger did was wrong. He's like, Eppinger shouldn't have. That guy, who was that guy? That kid. He shot the cop. He was by himself while he did that. But on the other hand, Matthews turns around and more so, instead of keeping that same theme with Adams, he turned it around on the cop. Like the cop brought it upon himself. Not the shooting, but the interaction by approaching him and trying to take him down by himself. The cop saying the cop didn't follow the proper protocol and procedures, making the cop to be the bad guy. So I wonder, what y'all think, like, who was the best as far as what angle? Making Eppinger the bad guy or the cop? That was legit. He jumped out the car with the gun in his hand. I don't know, maybe he wanted, what you call it? A reward, a promotion. Hey, I took down this bad guy all by myself. Okay, she think both of them together did the job. Okay. The cop went rogue. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, that's consensus.
Do you know Durante Beebe?
Yes.
Or do you know of a Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And is that through your work in the gang unit?
Yes.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
Right. And let me ask you, based on your training and your 10 years with the gang unit, what are some of the ways that gang members increase status within their gang?
Again, he's not been qualified, and he's not qualified to answer this question.
Sustained.
How many years of training have you had as a member of the gang unit?
Throughout my time in the gang unit, we trained almost weekly. We have weekly meetings, intel meetings, information meetings. We have formal training. Probably amassed 100 hours or so of formal gang training.
Okay. And did you also get on the job training just being
leading.
I'm gonna allow that.
How many movies did you
also
watch?
receive on-the-job training just based on your work within the gang unit?
Yes.
And based on some of your training, did you learn how gang members will try to increase their status within the gang?
Yes.
And what are some of those ways that gang members?
I'm going to object to that.
Speculation.
Paul Harris' testimony, he's not been qualified. We've not been given notice of any such. And so I would object
Right.
to him being.
She going too far with him.
Based on his knowledge, training, and experience.
Mm-mm.
What are some of the ways that gang members increase their status within a gang?
Typically through violence and getting money through illicit means.
He watched Boys in the
And
Hood.
when you say through violence, is shooting an act of violence?
Yes.
Look at Paige. She had to learn her
So
lesson.
shooting at a cop, is that an act of violence?
Yes.
Look at
I have no
Paige.
further questions.
She still hasn't learned.
Any recross?
Did you watch Boys in the Hood? Did you watch Menace to Society? Do you listen to rap music? That's your training. Did you grow up in the hood? That's what Dennis
Johnson,
said.
Are you suggesting by your testimony just now that Christian Eppinger, when he was about to be arrested by this officer, that he shot Officer Rogers to increase his status in the gang and to get money for the gang? Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's not either or it's not both. It could be either or. In this situation, I would say the violence isn't increasing your status in the gang.
So you
Or it
guess
could be just someone who was trying to get away from the police, right?
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I mean, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
No, I'm not in his mind.
Right. What you do know is that you see him in this parking lot. He's by himself, right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about 221 Cleveland. I just asked you about the apartment complex. He's by himself, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about somebody named Durante Beebe.
Yes.
The picture that you were shown, the video, where was Durante Beebe in that video?
He wasn't
in
in
the
it.
surveillance video. He
Yeah.
wasn't in it.
He wasn't in it, right?
No.
Okay. And so
Get him, Adams.
when you see Mr. Eppinger and he shoots, he runs by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
You hear him? Did you listen to the any of the videos, the body cameras, the dash cam, any of that?
Did he say this for YSL?
The audio.
Okay. While you were there and you saw this going on, and you saw him trying to get away from Rogers and shooting at Rogers, you hear him shout out anything like, "Hey, this is for YSL"?
Good. Hey, there you go.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because he didn't do that, did he?
Well, it's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would shoot a cop and then say this is for YSL. That's not how this works.
Right, right. And what is also ridiculous is you trying to determine that he was doing something that day to increase his status or to get money, right?
I'm not
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Bottom line is, your involvement here is you go to assist an arrest, and Officer Rogers tries to arrest him, and this guy shoots Officer Rogers, right?
Yes.
That's all.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused. Was there one more witness there? Okay. Call your next witness.
Goodbye. And go back to target practice. Shooting in a neighborhood and missed auto. Didn't hit Eppinger one time. Which is good for Eppinger, but golly, you shooting in the neighborhood and bullets flying and hitting everything but the target. You put more lives in danger than arguably some of the bad guys. Boy, bye. Get out of here. Goodbye. And call himself trying to laugh.
My name is Sergeant Stephen McKessie. Last name spelled M-C-K-E-S-E-Y.
I think so, photo gang, because this is
Good afternoon,
ridiculous.
Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am a supervisor for Atlanta Police Zone 6 Evening Watch.
And how long have you been supervisor or sergeant with the Zone 6 Evening Watch?
Since February this year.
And can you tell the jurors prior to becoming a sergeant in February, can you tell, of last year, can you tell the jurors how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
22 years. As of last year, 22 years. This year, it'd be 23 years.
And prior to working in Zone 6 as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors how you were employed within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was an investigator. I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit. I also assigned to U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long did you work within the City of Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Unit as well as the Marshal's Task Force?
12 years.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about, as a fugitive investigator as well as a marshal with the task force, kind of what your job responsibilities and duties were when you received a case?
We received arrest warrants from different jurisdictions, including the Atlanta Police jurisdiction.
It's funny.
Our job was to locate and arrest those upon fugitives.
He could have saved those bullets.
Back in October of 2021, can you tell the jurors how you got involved with the task of apprehending Christian Eppinger?
Mr. Eppinger had a warrant, outstanding warrant out of the City of Atlanta for armed robbery.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how do you get assigned a case as the lead investigator on the fugitive team for a specific case or a wanted person?
So basically, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Atlanta Police Department would take out warrants on these subjects. They would then do a fugitive package, send it to our fugitive unit. Supervisors at the time would then assign certain cases to certain people, depending on the case.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once you are assigned the case as the fugitive investigator, what are some of the first steps that you take in familiarizing yourself with the fugitive and locating and apprehending?
So basically what I do is I look at the criminal history of the subject. After that, I'll try to find locations where they normally would hang out at, some of the affiliations, places people they're friends with, family members. From that point, I'll do surveillance. I'll conduct different surveillances. I'll try to do interviews, canvassing the area, try to locate the subject.
And as it related to this case and being assigned for the locating and apprehending Christian Eppinger, did you do what you just described once assigned to this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors if you were assigned the case in October of 2021, did you immediately were you able to immediately affect the arrest of Christian Eppinger?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 7th of 2022, did you receive information that Mr. Eppinger was at the Chevron off Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, once you receive that information, what are the first steps that you take after getting that?
So what I normally would do, I'll try to gather much personnel that I can, preferably people that normally work directly with me on the fugitive unit. We'll then go look for the subject, try to get eyes on them. Then we try to find the right time to take the person into custody.
And prior to, I guess, attempting to effectuate the arrest, once receiving that information, do you and your team meet, I guess, to put a strategy and plan in place in order to safely effectuate the arrest?
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors, as you were going over the strategy with your team members, did you receive a call over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So basically, we were briefing on another case down the street when I received a call.
Objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my response is effect on listening.
Go ahead. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, after I received the information, I told the investigator, it was Investigator Starno, to try to get enough people, try to go and take them to custody if possible. At that time, I received another call saying that, well, I heard on the radio a signal 63, which is a help call, statewide help call, I'll call it. The situation was that an officer got shot in the area where I received information that Mr. Eppinger was located at.
And once you got that information, the signal 63, did you immediately head towards that area?
Yes, I gathered a few other fugitive personnel, and we went straight to that location, which was probably maybe 3 minutes away from that location.
And was that location 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Correct.
And the locations that we spoke about, this location as well as the Chevron off of Cleveland, are those within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And once you arrived to the apartment complex off of Old Hateville Road, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took after, I guess, to locate and apprehend Mr. Eppinger?
So we began our canvassing. We tried to set a wide perimeter in an area. We tried to get common locations, try to figure out what next step to take. We began walking through the apartment complex. All of a sudden, we heard that he was located at a particular apartment number, 35D as in David. We went straight to that location. We saw, when I got there was officers that had surrounded the building, the apartment itself. We then began knocking on the door, attempting to open the door. We saw some family members that was already inside the location. We called them out, and we tried to get Mr. Eppinger to come out as well.
And can you tell the jurors when you did that, or when you were attempting to get Mr. Eppinger out, did he immediately come out from the apartment 35B?
At first, he didn't. I continued to try to call him out, called him by his first and last name. I tried to get him, de-escalated, tell him they come out with your hands in the air, gave him directions so he won't get hurt. Told him if he comes out, we'll just put him in handcuffs, everything be good. But it took a while.
Okay. And you said it took a while, but he, I guess, eventually come out of the apartment so the arrest could be effectuated.
Yes, he did.
And once, I guess, Mr. Eppinger is placed in custody, did you have an opportunity to kind of interact or observe Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And I want to the state's exhibit 18B, and previously been admitted into evidence. See how well the technology is going to work with us. And in state's exhibit 18B, do you recognize the person depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Eppinger.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see, I know it's not overly clear, but do you see the mark on the cheek of Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations and seeing him in person, can you tell the jurors, what is that mark? What is it?
YSL tattoo.
Got any further questions?
Questions to this witness?
None, no questions.
Nobody? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. And I think that takes us to the end of today. So I will remind you all, as I do fairly frequently, that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So please do not in any way absorb or observe any kind of coverage or social media commentary or news or anything about this case or anybody involved in it. And do not talk to anybody about this case or permit them to talk to you about this case. And until we reach our jury deliberation phase, don't even talk about the case amongst yourselves. And I will see you all tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
All right, so we do.
All right, is there anything that anybody needs to put on the record this evening before we break?
Your Honor, based on the confusion, at least my confusion that came up earlier, I'm just gonna remind the court that on that body cam / surveillance sheet that Ms. Hilton was kind enough to make, we still have not, in my mind, litigated the Sumlin matters.
Okay.
And also there's one row that says Viverito, and then it says, I think it says unidentified jail call. It says something jail calls. And
Jail calls for cell phone.
right. And of course we haven't addressed that either. I just want to
All
be
right.
clear.
Thank you. So what all have we not dealt with yet that we need to deal with on this 2-page sheet? That's it? That's it is the investigator Viverito jail calls for cell phone, whatever that is, and what else? You're going to need to let me, just the Antonio Sumlin audio?
My understanding, there was two things for Mr. Sumlin and maybe because I remember when it came up, we realized that there was two different items. One was the interview, the interrogation of Mr. Sumlin. And I think the other thing for Mr. Sumlin, I'm going on assumption here, was the jail calls of Mr. Sumlin.
I don't know.
Is that the other thing that you were seeking to admit, Ms. Hilton?
I need to look back. I know we put in the folder his interview. Again, that will be contingent upon whether or not what he says here, if it's the impeachment or not. And I need to look and see the other item that's on the paper.
All right, so I've got this 2-page timestamp sheet in front of me. I see Antonio Sumlin and I see Investigator Viverito and I see a whole lot of other witnesses listed. Is there any other witness and their associated items of evidence that we need to deal with still?
Yes.
I'm under the belief that we reviewed the body cam, Mr. Wofford's body cam of but I could be wrong on that.
Yes, we went through everything. Yes, we went through the Rayshawn Bennett videos. We did.
Your Honor, there's some discussion trying amongst my colleagues. That's why I'm not answering.
All right, well, while they're discussing, I'm going to ask the state, have y'all had the opportunity yet to get with Ms. Merchant and confirm an approximate date for her that you plan to call Arnold?
I need to confirm with our investigator, see if he sent the message. We have the date. Let me just confirm if he emailed her.
Okay, and that's going to be more than just confirming the day. That's also going to be, y'all are going to need to get with her and hammer out whether and the scope of any kind of an immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, okay. Let me know that in the morning if you don't mind.
Ms. Hilton, maybe you recall the 3 drone videos at Mr. Williams' house. We objected to those I believe two of them, one of them, the drone is just sitting on the floor. The other one,
Definitely litigated that.
yeah, I'm trying to remember what the outcome was of that.
Yes, Your Honor, we told the court and defense counsel that we will get a video that has just the relevant portions, and it might be a spliced together video, but we will get to them the relevant portions of the body cam video.
All right.
I mean, not
so
the body cam, the
That's
drone
still
video.
outstanding then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, when we get that, we'll take a look and let
And
the
when,
court know.
when do you plan to provide that?
If we can just get till maybe next Wednesday, I believe we'll be able to provide it by next Wednesday.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hilton, the consensus over here seems to be that we did not litigate the Officer Samba video on that day.
I believe that it was reviewed because I think that I thought I had some conversation with Mr. Weinstein, but whether or not, I didn't know if there was any objection to it because nothing came up, but.
All right. Could
I don't
y'all
know.
all possibly kind of put heads together this evening and then come up tomorrow with what we still have to go through?
Yes, and the last two portions are not relevant because those were part of the intrinsic act, which was with Sergeant Lattimore and Samaya Barnes.
Okay.
Judge, if we send the court through Ms. Percival and counsel a copy of the proffer, so it's the plea agreement and the acknowledgement portion that's been referenced.
Of Arnold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By Arnold's counsel, so Your Honor can get familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the representations haven't been exactly as stated as it relates to immunity being necessary and things of that nature. But we will still get with Ms.
Okay. Well, you saw her 8-page tome of a letter, right?
I saw it, but
Okay.
I don't know if it was all accurate.
Well, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but that's you. She has given you a strong indication of what her position is going to be.
Not 8 pages.
And so I don't want to be dealing with that after he's called to the stand. And if y'all need an hour where everybody is here, where she is here as well to hash it out, that's fine. Just let me know. Okay.
Adam, that ain't what you want. You took your tail over there in the Trump case and you saw what happened.
Okay. And so for tomorrow, are we sort of back on track with what tomorrow's witnesses are going to look like?
Ashley was
I know
having
we
none
had to
of
kind of
it.
jump to some people today, but are tomorrow's witnesses going to be some combination of Wednesday and Friday on the list? All right. Well, hopefully.
They don't.
He said definitely be the rest of the Wednesday witnesses, or at least as many as you can get to. All right. And one of the jurors has a flight out for, I can't remember why, but maybe a funeral. I can't remember, but for some good reason. And they're going to need to leave here by 4 tomorrow. So we'll be stopping a little earlier than we normally do. Okay.
Your Honor.
And then you will have those, whatever responses you're going to make to the 3 outstanding motions in limine tomorrow for the court. And of course, next week's witness list.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And at this stage of the game, I think we've made good progress this week. Thank you again. But it's still looking to me like, I mean, it'd be wonderful if y'all could close your case before we break for the December holidays, but that's very, very ambitious. So just continue to the extent you can to streamline this case. Thank you. All right. See y'all at 8:45 in the morning. Thanks.
All right, y'all. Am I still muted? Oh, okay. Hold on. Whew. Okay, that was long. This was a long day. The judge kicked out, obviously, Dennis. I wish I could find that timestamp, but that'll be too long. We all seen it. Y'all can go back and rewind it. She kicked Dennis out the courtroom because he did something he had no business doing. And y'all can just go back. We all was here. Let's get out of here. Thank everybody for supporting the stream, the channel, all that good stuff. Thank you, Keys Mobile. Thank you. Jiggy said he a fan. And he was talking about Dennis, and now he a fan outside on the plane ride back home. Thank you, Stephanie, again for upgrading your membership to platinum. That's really kind. Thank you, Miss Lou Rose, for gifting 5 memberships. Tell Miss Lou Rose, thank you if you got a membership. Miss D, thank you for the kind tip. Thank you, Stephanie, again for being a member for a month, and thank you again. Stephanie said she back to back. Come on here, Stephanie Lane and Miss Bridget Williams for becoming a member. And I think Get 'em Joe Cash there. Thank you. And everybody else. All right, y'all. Yeah, all right. So we'll see everybody hopefully tomorrow. We might as well close out the week, right? Streamline, right? Case over with. All right, y'all. Thank you to all my members. Thank you, Keys. See y'all. And the people that like and subscribe. All right, let's get out of here. Good night. Good night, y'all. Before I go, let me get my legal disclaimer. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk that law. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one, and I'll see y'all hopefully on tomorrow. Let's go.